There's the human level. There's the slightly above human level. And then there's all of those in like a small group. Then there's all of those in a large group. Then there's like higher level consciousness. And then there's like Fafnir, then there's like the dragons, and then there's like Gaia. Quote of the day. Do you think I might stand taller in black? Good for you if you got the reference. But remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Win so much I could have played something extreme. I think I've calmed down. I wonder if there are StarCraft. Oh, 100%, dude. 100 fucking. Why do you think those chicks are sitting in the front holding signs, and they're covering their face? You told me I should pick a Zerg or Protoss. I guess I'll have to do something. Isn't it just that Sulky doesn't want Zergs in his own group, so he's handing them over to you? Isn't that it? Welcome, Sean. How's it going? We're doing the group nominations today! You can pick Zerg. Sulky shouldn't. I don't think that was it. Can't wait to see if Rain does indeed end up picking a Zerg. If you had to appeal to someone, who would you turn your gaze towards? I think it'd be good to have either a Zerg, a Terran. Yeah, if there was one of either. I found out how to get a be right back screen. I like it. I deleted my be right back screen. I'm retarded and I just haven't remade it. Tough. Snow says picking a Terran might be a risk. He's choking on his water! I'll watch him play and learn! That's C's pick. Next up, Snow. Snow is deep in consideration. Your natural enemy, Barracks, remains out of the Terrans. I think Group A wants me? So even if you get snatched, let's just go for a gamble first, says Light. Let's try it. D4 and A4 are just a matter of location. Is he going to try and gamble? The 3. Honestly, it was Bisu's response. Alright, here's Action's choice. He said he'd pick whoever he wanted to, and he's picking Bisu! In which case, Scan, have you decided? Yes. But I want to still hear what Hero thinks. Remember, guys, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. We'll get him to give us a goal, and if it sucks, we'll make something.
Okay.
So if any of the prompts that it gives suck, we'll just replace them. Interference may still affect delicate tech, like Grunther's tools during the lock bypass. With this in mind, describe how the party handles the terminal's biometric lock and the remaining pulse interference to access it. I'll judge the outcome.
We'll take the risk with the...
Yeah, I think that's just the best thing to do, is take a risk.
Yeah.
Zephyr's street-smart instincts guiding their search through the Techromancer Guild's encrypted archives, while Silco's holoshield projects a rune-enchanted interface to counter residual pulse interference. Their combined efforts swiftly locate and extract the decryption key onto a quantum drive, but Grunther's trap triggers prematurely, electrifying one guard and alerting others.
Should we focus on... Actually...
She's useless here, I think.
Yeah.
She's gonna be good if we get into a fight, though.
Okay, we're trying to be fast as we can.
Yeah.
Right? Although the thing is, if you're playing with a DM, you know, you'd be able to ask little questions a lot. Like, you know, where's the grate? You know, is this a grate on the ceiling, or is it on the wall?
Or is it on the floor, like...
You don't want to be asking Grok that.
Yeah. I guess place is abstract unlike everything else. It's just, the AI works better in abstracts. So, an alleyway near the library.
My character... Grunther barrels through back alleys, his saber ready, but his blunt demeanor... There it is, blunt. Nearly provokes a confrontation. The guards, stretched thin, struggle to track all three, and the party reaches the rendezvous alley near the city's core, each clutching a key.
Thanks for watching, sticking around, and as always, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And then fucking Valiant Boy. What the fuck is Valiant Boy thinking? He just drops into the Discord like it's no big fucking deal.
And I hope
I'm only
it's
stunning
fancy.
1 day of a month.
We're getting ready
But,
now to
you
go
know, the
into
pictures still
our first game
catfishes
here as we
people.
start the round of six.
Not down and out
Self-checkout
yet.
steals
You know,
jobs.
Sophie
That's why I
has
don't
more
approve of them. The
supply,
tech itself isn't an
but
issue.
he's not like Vessel
Sean,
you know, he micros his
it
race well during
doesn't
the battle and
steal
everything. His
jobs.
army actually
How much gas was
We
spent
literally
on
have
races,
more
along with everything
employees
else that Terran got? If you were
now
to
that
do
we
a
have
blind
the
flush, you would go
self-checkout.
right into hold position lurkers. I think that's literally what
So
we're
it's
gonna have
actually,
here.
at least from my
I think you're right.
experience,
I think
it's
this is very
actually
Oh,
bullshit that it
my
takes away jobs because we need more people to man it because of the amount of people that
Well,
steal
at least
in the
Scan
self-checkout.
kinda pulled
Where
here.
4 checkers used to
this
work,
is
only
very
1
good.
worked. Yo, boys, we back. How's it going, everyone? Oh, right, I was testing this. I forgot to turn it off. Is it working yet? I figure it just takes a bit of time to activate because so far it's only like, no matter how many times I turn it on and off, it just doesn't work. And then all of a sudden it just like starts working. So it's like, I just assume it just takes a certain amount of time. But I wanted to do this like last week, but I keep fucking like not doing it. But every time I'm on a tangent, I want to use the SST to record the tangent in text. Especially when we're doing like lore dumps and stuff like that. Because then I can have like an entire file dedicated to this so I can go back and look at it and be like, what did I actually say about this? Because sometimes there's what's in my head, and then there's what I say, and then there's what evolves once I say it. I'm like, oh wait, if I do that, then that means, right? So it's like, I gotta start having a fucking catalog of that shit. Raymond, welcome. How's it going, good sir? You're just in time for the banana. I was gonna eat it before stream, then I was like, pfft, no way, I should eat it on stream. It's way better, right? We can move this. You want? See? It's called content. You gotta have content brain. Whenever you think about something, you'll be like, dude, I gotta turn that into content. I'm like, if I had throated the entire banana, I'm pretty sure that would have been like bannable for like sexual content. That's why I didn't do it, guys. It's not because I can't. So I thought I might get banned if I do it. Because that's obvious, blatant sexual content. Deep throating a banana. But it is what it is. Can't win them all, guys. Especially because I just literally hit my mic with the banana, and now there's like banana peel shit on my mic. Fuck! Hold on, I'm gonna mute this shit. Well, we fucking tried. It happens. It's like 6 years old. Fuck it. It's got a little bit of banana on it. You know, in 6 years, I'll just be a little bit of mold. It'll be fine. Cryogen. So this. And these. Get rid of that. You working yet, you piece of shit? You seen that video of Justin Elroy eating a banana with the peel? No, that sounds fucking disgusting.
Welcome to Talk Stories.
Oh, I believe it. That's awful. Why would you do that to yourself? It's like eating a watermelon fucking shell or some shit. That's some masochist level shit, dude. Maybe I should start doing that. But I'm like I'm not a foodie. I fucking love food, though. You know what I mean? Like, why would you ever like eat something that tastes bad when you can eat something that tastes good? It just makes no sense. Some people are just crazy. Okay, well, it's been doing its time, so it's like, I don't know why, but sometimes it's like, I'll do like the filter profanity or something like that. Like, we'll change a setting. Are you hearing me? You say you're hearing me, but you're not typing what you're hearing. God damn, this is super fucking annoying. Oh, I'm sure you can, Raymond. Okay, let's turn it off, turn it back on. Because maybe it's just sometimes you turn it off and you turn it back on. Wake up. Turn off. Well, I mean, that's supposed to turn you off, right? Turn off the mic. Go to sleep. I don't know. I like to think that's the line of judgment of culinary critics. Why would I eat something that tastes bad when you can eat something that tastes good? Yeah. And it's even to the point of why would I eat something that tastes good when I can eat something that tastes fucking amazing? Why would I just have fries when I could have fries, bacon, eggs, and green onions, and cheese? It just doesn't make sense to eat just fries when you can do all of that. It's too much work. Oh, fuck off. Lazy ass bitch. But I will say, the one thing, like, I put work into shit that I love to do, and I do not put work into shit I do not like to do. You can tell the fucking difference. Look at my writing versus the editing. It's like a completely different vibe. I've been watching a lot of videos about high culinary restaurants for my short story. Ooh, nice, Raymond. I like that. Yeah, I don't know. I just can't get this thing to do what it's supposed to do. Fucking type! Type it out. Type it out. Type it out. Type it. What about the dude doing an ollie and his skateboard? Oh, yeah. That was fucking awesome, Raymond. That seems so ridiculously hilarious. I fucking love it. It's like those edits of, like, you know, like, there's like the one of like the really skinny guy slaps the really big guy, and then the really big guy slaps him, and then it's like a ragdoll flying out of a window into space. Or it's like the guy getting like double bounced on a trampoline by like 12 other people, and he just like rolls into space. Or like Guts' sword, where it zooms out and it just keeps zooming out, and so Guts' sword just goes straight up into space. I fucking love that shit. It's like taking the metaphorical truth and turning it literal. Work on it faster! It just puts a dot, it doesn't even know what to say to that. I fucking love it. Oh. Just put the words on the page. Put the words on the page. You got the words up there. I see the words up there, you fucker. I see them. But you're not putting them on the page. It's just not good. It's not how it's supposed to be. Working on it. Pfft, what a fucking joke. So, I came up with a new funny, guys. So, from now on, when I'm gonna take this little tactic that other people use that are disingenuous, and I'm gonna use this tactic on disingenuous retards. So, next time someone says, I hate AI, I'm gonna agree with them. I'm gonna say, so you're against cancer research too. They're gonna be like, wait, what? And be like, yeah, you know, they use AI in cancer research. Like, fuck that, man. I don't want anything that has to do with AI. I don't want anything that touches AI. Like, no, it's just not for me, you know? Do you agree? Just ask them what is AI. Ask them to explain it. They can't though, Raymond. That's the thing. They have no idea. They're just like, yeah, AI steals art. And I'm like, I didn't know there was art connected to genetic, like, reconstruction in cancer research. Wait, you're telling me if I look up, like, wait, you're telling me a category of modern art is the, like, the, what do you call it? The folds, like, the final form in the folds of a protein that's trying to cure cancer. That's a little fucked up. Yeah. Be, like, ignorant about it, like, faint ignorance. Exactly, Raymond Dow. It's so people literally don't know what to do. It's like when they're like, oh, Trump's a bad person. And I'm like, oh my god, did you hear that he punched Elon Musk in the face? It was actually caught on camera. You should go check it out. And they'll just freak the fuck out. It is fucking hilarious. And then they never bring it up again when I see them, because they know how fucking ridiculous it was that they would instantly believe that. It's just like, okay, is like a demon inside the computer, and like little demons paint. And they just go around. Wait, so they go around to like bunch of different computers and they steal stuff out of the computer and then they paint on other computers? Dude, this sounds like some fucking borrowers, but like with graffiti. Like, should I get my PC inspected? Like, is this like a hardware issue or a software issue? Like, do I need to clean my fans more? I don't know, man. I don't want this to happen to me. Do the little demons feel love? Can they talk? Yeah, can I... Wait, so when I talk to my PC, these guys are listening to me? Oh my god, they know all of my secrets! Oh, fuck! The things I've said aloud around my PC! Oh, fuck! Okay, I don't know why this thing's not working. It's pissing me off, man. I really want to try using this thing, but every time I try to use it, this shit happens. And I'm like, we just had a really good tangent there. I would have loved to have that on fucking paper. Excuse me. But it's just a fucking no! Type. I'm gonna leave some cookies next to my PC by night to feed the demons. Dude, that's super smart! And like leaves like some water or something. Dude, wait. Should I like put breadcrumbs inside of the PC and like pour some water on it? Should I water my PC like a plant? Have I been doing this? Have I been doing this wrong the entire time, guys? Am I actually supposed to water my PC? Fuck! But you know what? If you know what's actually a really good thing for this? I wonder if I can find it. Yeah, yes, this is it. I love this shit. If you don't know Viva La Dirt League, go check out Viva La Dirt League. They're fucking amazing. Do I have them? Yeah, I'm subscribed to them on this channel. Of course I am. Of course I fucking am. And this is one of the skits for Tech Town.
Okay, great. That's 129.19.
God damn it! Alan! Out of the way, excuse me, out of the way. Look, I need you to call Dave from Vipertech. We've got some more faulty hardware.
Okay, what's going on?
The new water cooling systems we got aren't working. All the PCs over there are overheating.
Oh, really? Yeah, no, that should not be happening.
Yeah.
I'll give Dave a call.
Yeah. And even if I add more water, it still doesn't help.
So, Ron, what do you mean by that?
You know what I mean?
No, I don't. Why don't you show me what you're doing?
Oh, okay, Alan. I'll show you.
Oh my god.
Over here? Okay, take this one for example. Feel that? Overheating? Feel it? Feel it?
Ron, this clearly doesn't have any water coolant.
Yeah, I'm getting to that, Alan. Look, see? You grab the water, you pour it on top, like this. Ah, there it is. Overheating. Another faulty water cooling system.
Rowan, that's not how water cooling works.
Of course it's how water cooling works. Water cooling system.
No, Rowan.
And before you start, yes, I'm using chilled water, okay? I'm not an idiot.
Okay, no, Rowan, that's not how water cooling systems work, okay? Water cooling systems are a very specific computer component, okay? They use tubes to circulate water through the computer.
I think I know how water cooling systems work, Alan. I run a tech store.
But no, Rowan, at no point does the water actually come in contact with the computer. That's insane. That would fry the entire system.
Yeah, it touches the...
Nope.
It's got to touch the...
Mm-mm.
Oh.
How many computers, Ron?
5,
Just 5?
maybe 10,
10.
20,
20.
50, so...
50. Rowan, that's...
Hang on, so...
That's
No,
really
no,
bad.
I just realised I totally forgot.
Well, what are you doing?
Oh, no, I know, totally get what you're saying.
Rowan,
This is
Rowan,
like,
you can't just walk
I was
away
doing all
from
that
this.
correctly. I was just like,
Rowan.
I just got a thing over there.
No, you don't have anything to do.
Oh, I know what you mean. I just got
Nope.
oh, damn,
Ron, you can't just keep walking off. You're the manager.
No, yeah, totally. I did that correctly. If you want to subscribe, buttons that side of me. That side of me. Down there. Where's the
Where's the video?
Where's the videos?
The video on my face?
That side of me?
Probably over my face.
Over this side.
But yeah, go check out Viva La Dirt League, man. They're fucking hilarious. They do skits for everything. They're fucking amazing. They just made a game too. Great day for fishing. Yeah, this thing just will not. It will not work. Start. Before trying the steps below, turn on your mic. Okay. Try saying show grid here. Place the grid over the active window. The number overlay of the grid, put focus in... Wait, what? Select this text box using numbers, labels, or grid overlays, and then start speaking to type. Wait, what? This... Using the number overlay, I don't know. Use voice access to dictate and edit text when writing emails. Filling in forms, searching the web, and more. I'm so confused. 3? Display grid here? Show grid here? Drawing grid overlay. Wait, what? Show grid here. It just fucking doesn't work, guys. It just doesn't work. It says it's drawing a grid, but it's not actually, like, drawing a grid. So that didn't help at all. Well, how do I make it so it does the text on the thing? Because I know it's done the text on the thing before. Like, I want to figure this fucking out because I want to use this so badly. And it's worked before. It's just taken, like, a little bit of time to get to work. But I've had it on for, like, an hour now, and it's still being a piece. I hate this shit. I just want it to work. Yeah, it's coming from the right mic because it's making that sound. Like, it's showing the text up here, so it's showing the text correctly. It just can't transfer the text onto the page like it does before. You listening, bitch? Write down what I fucking say. I don't know. Whatever. We tried. I fucking tried. I hate this thing. I wish it would just work. Because, you know, every other fucking program is like, oh, no, it's a limited amount that you can use. And it's like, oh, this one's built into Windows, so it probably won't fucking work, right? Doesn't fucking work. But whatever. Whatever. We can move on. To lies about self-publishing. Ooh. I mean, I don't know shit about self-publishing. Don't really care that much. We're not close to that fucking stage, guys. We'll figure it out later. We got other shit we gotta do before we even get there. That's like a third, fourth priority. We're talking priority 1 is editing. Priority 2 is, like, stream expansion. Those are, like, literally the only 2 fucking priorities that I have. And that's what I think about. And then, you know, just in the back of my mind, I'm just always thinking about the book. And how can I do what with, you know, how can I make it better? Always improve. Alright. Let's get to it. Notes on self-publishing.
There's a ton of misinformation out there about self-publishing, and in this video, we're gonna set the record straight. These are 9 huge lies about self-publishing that you don't need to believe anymore. 1. Self-publishing is for authors.
Oh, shit. Self-publishing for authors who can't get, I'm gonna say it, trad published.
Who can't get traditionally published. Jeez, that is so 2008. Seriously, stop thinking in a hierarchy between those two. I would argue that both are good choices depending on what's right for your book and what's right for you as an author. And I've counseled clients to go in either direction, and it is not dependent upon the quality of their book. For example, if you're writing literary fiction, like, you definitely need to go traditional publishing. There's not really a good market in the self-publishing world. On the other hand, if you are writing in a specific genre, a very niche genre, that is perfect for self-publishing because it's really easy to market and really easy to gain devoted readers. And you also have to ask yourself, what is right for you, right? If you don't have a 1.5 to 2 year runway to publish your book, then traditional publishing is definitely not for you. If you want to publish in the next couple of months or even in 6 months from now, then self-publishing is the right option. Personally, I'm self-published and traditionally published. My first book, a collection of short stories, was traditionally published.
Hey, he did short stories too! That's what I'm doing! That's my plan. The very first book is a collection of short stories. See, guys, short stories are bigger than people think and give them credit for. People just think are too much of a time scale and they can't, like, people get too stuck to a single story. Damn, that's a freeze frame right there. But anyways, they get too stuck on this idea, you know, of it's only got to be one way. And you don't, again, if you don't use the tools available to you, then you're not going to get as far as you could have gotten if you have it. Most people think literature, like novels, like a saga of like 20 books. Yes, as opposed to like just a bunch of tiny different stories and different, like, it's not even different like genres. It's like the whole point of the short story book is all grounded stories in reality that are either morals, parables, or some sort of life lesson, right? And then there's the sagas. They go on forever that people are like it's cool to have them, right? But like they're not the only thing out there. And nowadays, with people's lowered attention span, I'm wondering if short stories are actually going to become more popular, because if anyone's going to read, they're only going to read like a little bit, right? So that's my thought process on it. Is maybe it'll make a comeback, but either way, the first thing is going to be like a chicken soup for the teenage soul, but more for adult audiences, because it's going to have, like, you know, a lot of different really, really dark subjects in it that you wouldn't want, like, a preteen or, like, a young adult reading. Whereas, like, chicken soup for the teenage soul is between, like, 11 and, like, 14, I'd say, is, like, prime time to read that book. Because it's just a great perspective on the world. At least it was a huge thing for me socially, and like perspective towards the world, because I never had like a TV or a computer or anything like that until I was like 14 or 15. So it's like I'd just go to other people's houses or just like play outside and shit like that, right? And then we moved, and you know, my dad got a promotion, and we got fucking good house, good TV in every room, and it just kind of exploded. And then it was like PCs out the ass, the internets, and it's like, oh my god, it's overwhelming. Crazy shit.
It was a lovely experience. And my second book was self-published because I already had the audience. I already knew how to do all the back-end stuff. So I'm like, why shouldn't I do this on my own and keep more of the lion's share of the profit for me? My next book I am going to traditionally publish, but in the future I could definitely go back to self-publishing as well. It all depends upon the book. So let's look at two authors who were traditionally published and then decided to self-publish instead. Barry Eisler was a former CIA operative and a black belt in judo. He published 7 books with Penguin and Random House and had hit the New York Times bestseller list. And after that point point, he was offered another deal for 2 more books with St. Martin's Press. Barry said, no thanks, I'm gonna self-publish instead. What he had done is he ran the numbers and he knew that he could make more on his own. Or look at a big-time author like Brandon Sanderson. He had traditionally published for a really long time, and then he decided, I think I can do this on my own. He set up a Kickstarter and raised $41.7 million to self-publish his own books. I haven't checked prices for self-publishing lately, but I think that's gonna cover it. Really, the next thing on the horizon isn't just self-publishing, it's selling direct. Forget the middlemen of traditional publishers and of Amazon. You go straight to your readers. You sell straight from your website. The second lie is traditional publishing does your marketing.
Oh, traditional publishing does your marketing.
I've talked to so many writers who are like, well, I don't want to self-publish because I'll have to do all the marketing. I think I'm just going to go traditional publishing because then a publisher will take care of that for me. For the vast majority of traditionally published authors, their publishing house doesn't put a huge amount of energy into promotion and marketing for them. I know it's kind of the dirty secret in the industry, but they have, say, 10 or 15 or 30 books coming out that season, and they'll pick 1 or 2 to put all their effort behind, to make like a major marketing push, advertiser money, publicists, but the rest of the books sort of get the crumbs. Traditionally published authors have to work just as hard to do marketing as self-published authors do. So if that's a lie you've been telling yourself, that is not a good reason to choose between self-publishing and traditional publishing. Either way, you are the final one responsible for doing the marketing. Now, traditional publishers do take some of the weight off of you by sending out art copies, for example, or at least allowing you to consult with the in-house publicist or marketer so you get some like directions on where to go. But in general, no matter what your publication route, you should expect that you're going to have to do a lot of marketing. The third lie is self-published books.
Ooh, self-published books can't be high quality.
Can't be high quality.
I remember that as a child, we were made to read between Papaluccio short novels about his boy and his adventures, and Subterra, a super depressing story about this boy in 19th century working on a coal mine, opening his wooden door to a mine horses that pull the carts, who are now blind from never seeing the sun. A very scattered reading plan, let's say. Yeah, I remember reading like lots of short stories in like school and stuff like that. Like what got me into reading was writing was a short story, and the twist that like it's like this, you know, these aliens came and attacked us out of nowhere. Now we're in this like galactic war fighting against them, and you know they're terrible, awful, insanely, you know, non-redeeming species. And at the end, it's like the character kills another one of them, and he looks down and he describes a human. And it's like, yeah, pretty much. Yep. Okay, I get it. I'm sold. And that feeling I had when I read that line with the reveal, I was like, oh shit, I want to make people feel like this, dude. This is fucking awesome. Damn, I can think of a lot of these. This is fucking great. It's like super light reading books and depressing masterpiece of the 16th century. Yeah, there's some there's some very interesting like combinations there, right?
I feel like this is very much
No
an old
middle
school
ground.
mentality, like
Yeah.
circa 2010. The truth is that self-published books can be any quality, right? From impeccably superb, like definitely traditional publishing level, to pretty much rubbish. Now, what we've seen over the last 15 years is that there's been an incredible buildup of the freelance network for authors who are self-publishing. I'm talking about a great network of cover designers, of copy editors, of proofreaders, of formatters. Now, those do cost money,
Bam!
right?
I mean,
the more
what?
money you put into the book on the back end, the better your sales chances once it actually gets published. And at least in my experience, the main thing that separates self-published books from traditionally published books is copy editing. Once I was in a writer's forum and this guy complained like he was so angry that he got a bad review, his very first review on Amazon, from someone who complained that they found typos. And he had posted the very first chapter of his book. And I took a look and I'm like, you have 3 typos on the first page. As a reader, if I'm finding 3 typos on the very first page of your book, that does not make me want to continue.
Yeah.
Look, I know a lot of you are good storytellers, right? You can create good scenes, you have great interaction, but it is a very highly specialized skill set to be able to do good copy editing. So if you want your self-published book to be the type of book that is regarded as high quality, you absolutely have to invest in a really good copy editor. So there's a copy editor who works with me at BookFox. Her name is Danielle Dial. She does incredible work. Seriously, she's like a genius on the page and will catch a billion mistakes that you did not think were in your book. And she's like, well, here's the fix. But what I love about copy editors is in the end, they make you look good. And I know that it feels bad to find all those little red marks on your page, like you want to believe that your writing is pristine and perfect, but either you find those mistakes now, or readers will find them and then they're gonna give you 1 star. And what Danielle excels at is making you look really good, really professional. I'll put a link to her copy editing page in the description, and I would highly recommend that if you have a book coming out, you should definitely use her. 4th lie that we often hear:
self-published books don't sell.
is self-published books don't sell. You know what else doesn't sell? Traditionally published books. There's an often cited number that the average book sells 3,000 copies, but average actually doesn't tell you very much, right?
Yeah.
Because that's being pulled upwards by
hundreds of millions.
While the vast majority of books
Sell
aren't moving
0.
that many copies. A more realistic number would be median sales, meaning half the books sell under this number, half the books sell over this number. And I've seen various numbers on this. The lowest one I've ever seen is 250, meaning half of all published books sell under 250 copies.
I believe that. That's a little bit higher than I think.
You can pick your number.
I thought like maybe
Ultimately,
150.
Most books do not sell over 1,000
Yeah.
copies.
Yeah.
And being traditionally published is no guarantee that you can actually move copies of your book. There are tons of.
That's why I don't want to put any money into it, because I
as
don't
well
think I'm
as
going
the
to get any
self-published
returns.
books. So I'll just say there
That's
are
the
tons
cynic
of
in me.
examples out there of self-published authors who are selling tens of thousands of copies, hundreds of thousands of copies. And I'll also say that writing skills and marketing skills are very different skill sets. Just because you can write doesn't mean you can market. And just because you market doesn't mean you can write. Your goal really is to get better at both. There actually are a lot of advantages that self-publishers have that traditionally published authors don't have. One, you have the ability to price your book. I cannot emphasize how amazing this is. I was just checking out a publisher who they charge 30.
I wonder how Star Wars would change if Superman was dropped into Alderaan right before the Death Star shot the planet to smithereens. Sean, like last year, I don't remember if it was on Asmon's channel or if it was on like Charlie, like Moist Critical's channel or something like that, but it was like a web comic of Superman and Batman in the Star Wars universe where Batman had been captured by Darth Vader. Oh, no, sorry. Superman had been captured by Darth Vader, and Batman was trying to save him. Because Darth Vader found out what kryptonite was. It was and it was like animated and fucking everything. It was crazy, but it was just one of those things like that's insane. Some random ass shit. But it's like, yeah. So if there was kryptonite in that, or the idea of it, you know, but even then, I'm like, how strong is the Force? But then again, actually, yeah, that makes 0 sense. Different universe, no kryptonite. And the other thing, Sean, is that the Force wouldn't work on Superman, period, because he doesn't have many chlorines in his system. So, the question is, Sean, how much energy and how do I word this? Like how long can Superman remain as powerful he is away from the sun? And how many different suns give him the same power that Earth's sun does? Because his power comes from the sun. I did read a story in which Superman was raised in the Star Trek universe. That would be interesting, Sean. But again, if he was, like, how many suns and how long does he stay powered up? Those are, like, the two major questions you'd have to answer to get, like, a really specific thing, right? Because, like, if he can, like, chart, let's say, for every minute he's in front of the sun is, like, is it an hour, is it a month, is it a year that he remains that powerful? Any yellow dwarf star works the same. Krypton star Ra was a red dwarf star. Okay, so there's, like, a set amount of stars, so as long as you know you're not near that, and you wear him down, there's the possibility of beating him. Right? But then how powerful is he actually? Because has he ever been tested against, like, a straight... Has Superman in the actual canon comics ever been presented with, let's say, the most powerful technological weapon of Krypton and survived? I don't know. Clark killed Q in that Trek fanfic. First of all, how do you kill a Q? The Q don't even know how to kill the Q. That would be a very interesting fight, though, depending upon which Q it was. Was it just like a random Q? Or was it a named Q from the actual Star Trek canon? Q's body in that universe was more like an avatar they remotely controlled, so he destroyed the avatar in an instant. I mean, fair enough. Main Q from Encounter at Farpoint. Yeah. Makes sense. But still, there is a lot of, like, question marks on the Q and the Continuum itself, even with the idea of, like, during the Q War, during Voyager and stuff like that, when they were trying to kill themselves, they're still not sure if that actually killed the Q. Or, like, committing suicide that one Q wanted to do, which was the reason for starting the war in the first place between people that wanted to euthanize themselves. And the Continuum was like, well, shit, if everyone just kills themselves, there won't be a Continuum anymore. Fuck! That's why I've always had the thought that maybe the Q knew they were eventually going to go extinct, and that's why they had a hand in creating the, like, the time police, basically, in, like, the future that watch the timeline to make sure that no one fucks up the timeline. Which was, like, all fucked with, like, the sphere builders and stuff like that in Enterprise. With Jonathan Archer.
$8 for a hardback and $22 for a paperback. How many copies of your book do you think you're going to sell at those price points? The publisher's going to make a ton per book, but the author's only going to get about 5 readers. As a self-publisher, you can price your book at a point that makes it an easy entry point for authors who are just like, huh, this looks interesting. Sure, I'll try it. It's $5. 2, self-published authors can control sales. In other words, they can say, hey, my book's on sale for 99 cents or $1.99.
Levi, welcome. How's it going, bro? $3 whole. Yes, Raymond Dow. $3 whole. Because you know what $3 whole is? $3 whole is in the range of an impulse buy. And, like, one of the hooks for the book is, like, do you remember Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul? Well, check out this moral disaster compilation of short stories. That's like 3 beer cans. Hell yeah. Exactly. So it's like, how many books do you think... I never read that book. It's such a... Levi, because I grew up without, like, a TV or the internet or anything like that until I was, like, 13. I read it when I was, like, 11 or 12. And it just changed my entire perspective on the world. Because I realized people are pieces of shit. Don't trust people. They will fuck you over. Been online since I was like 4. I'd much rather sell 1 million plus copies at $3 than 12 at $20 any day. Exactly, Sean. And it's like, the good thing about being $3 as well is like, it doesn't matter when the book came out. You could have somebody buy it 5-10 years from now, right? In my parents' defense, that was before the internet got really sketchy. I could believe that, Levi. It has gotten... I think COVID got the internet fucked up because it brought all the normies onto the internet, and then all the normies got turned into fanatics by Reddit. I honestly think that's what fucking happened to the internet. Either that or it's dead internet theory and everything is bots and it's so full of bots that it's like fucked. But then again, you gotta remember, I'm AI too, so it's like... What are you guys doing with yourselves? Why are you watching the AI streamer? You gotta go watch Quabblecop. You know, he's my predecessor. He's the one who gave me the idea. And I just copied everything from him and then just made a better fucking camera. I mean, it's not perfect, but it is what it is, right? But one of the scariest things that I think, Levi, is how most internet users are fine. I think it doesn't matter that there are a lot of Reddit tards out there because they're too stupid to cause any harm. Well, I just mean, Levi, it's like, it's a perceived majority because it's a very, very loud minority of people, and everyone just assumes that everyone on the internet's a Redditard. Sometimes they just are. But it's true, they're not, you know, it's like... the amount of people who lurk versus the amount of people that like use chat. Like, I fall completely under a lurker. Like, only reason I chat in other channels is since I started streaming, I use it as a marketing thing, right, to get to know other streamers and then create like a community, right? But it's like, without that, it's like I really don't have a reason to go into someone else's stream and talk. I watch, but it's like actually talking in chat. That's, I just watch. I support by watching. I would just leave my book in the National Library, and 40 years after I die, they would find it. That would be hilarious, Raymond. Have it be like a biography of like 10 years after you wrote it. So it'd be like a fake biography of you 10 years in the future. Of like how fucked the world is and shit. I wonder how close you are to actual reality at that point in time, right?
Go and buy it. And they can send out emails or post alert on social media to let everybody know, hey, like, here's a sale, and really drive traffic. With a traditional publisher, you don't get to control the sales price like that. And lastly, you can do things like BookBub. BookBub, and there's a whole host of other imitators out there, are basically discount sites for books, where you say, hey, I'm gonna discount my book to say...
Ooh, I didn't know that. That's cool. So that's where you could basically like create coupons for yourself? I love that kind of stuff, because that's, like, huge for, like, promoting and stuff, you know? Like, the first 200 people to use this coupon, you know, get 50% off. Like, that is a massive incentive for people to buy the book. Even if you're selling, at, like, even if you only make $1 per book, so technically selling it at half price, you're actually paying 50 cents. Just... having the exposure of that reader is 100% worth 50 cents, right? And it's only 200, so you're losing $100 if all of the coupons are used, and you just gained 200 people buying your book. That's a huge positive trade-off in like the long run, right? Morning, Eddie! This biography of one of my favorite poets is like 4 stories from people who knew him, and they all contradict vary or coincide, but in the craziest and most unreal way. That's probably because that's how people are, Raymond. Like I said, you can ask two people about the same event and they will tell you two completely different stories because of the details that they pay attention to and the details that they remember. And it can paint completely different story, but when you compare them side by side, you can usually find the common ground between them and say, okay, I see how that and that match up, and then this must have been a detail that was missed from that, so maybe we can add that together. And then you take this side, okay, that's where that contradiction comes back around, and, you know, it's literally like a fucking math equation to figure it all out. But I fucking love that shit.
99 cents. They include the book in their email and you get a couple thousand readers. Yes, it does cost money, but I find that most authors tend to recoup their money in the very first round of sales. And then if those authors go on to buy more of your books, then that's all profit.
Exactly.
But if you're watching this and you're thinking, you know, I don't think I'm that good at marketing. Well, you can get better. And I would recommend that you take my course, your first bestseller.
I've gone from, like, basically not being able to promote other than just talking about the book, to now, like, I just, like, talk about, like, things I think people would find interesting that would lure them in, right? Like, tiny little snippet stories of things, right? And it was like, ooh, that's interesting, right? Ooh, I like that. And then I ask people's opinion on it and stuff like that. That's where a lot of ideas come from too. Is like think tanking with random people over a random idea that they don't even really truly understand. And they're just looking at it from a perspective of the outside, which is exactly what I want. Because then there are things that I will just think that are obvious and not say. And then people be like, well, I'm confused about this. And I'm like, well, what about this? And they're like, I don't understand. And I'll be like, okay, well, this and this. And they're like, well, you should say that. And I'll be like, okay, well, then I will. Because if that's not a connection you can make, then that's something I need to do. Like I said, I'm terrible at dumbing shit down for people. And I think of, like, such a high connection level between things as, like, fourth order differences.
There are 45 videos teaching you step by step how to get your book into the hands of readers who will enjoy it. That's one of 11 courses in my BookBox Academy, and the link to that I'm going to post below. The fifth lie is you can't make a living.
Can't make a living. One of the guys says that another author who knew him told him when we went out to bars and it was getting late, Melina, the poet, would say, just look at the time for bed, we'll see each other. And then he would fly away over the rooftops. That just seems like an exaggeration and a hyperbole, Raymond. I like the way that it sounds, though. That's something I would say about someone in their, like, biography or their autobiography or their obituary or something. I'd be like, was amazing at jumping from tree to tree. It's like, it's something if you take physically, it doesn't make sense, but if you take it figuratively in the essence of, like, he was a person who never really truly saw the size of the forest. He only ever knew the one tree, but he was always jumping from one tree to the next. I think that's a great metaphor analogy, like frickin' just, he has some, like, as a metaphor, and the author is like, what do you mean as a metaphor? Of course I mean it physically. He just went, like a fucking vampire and just flew over the roofs. I mean, you gotta play into it. That's what I think, at least. Because that's what I would do. I totally play into that. Like, that just sounds like someone who's a poet would do something like that. I don't know why. From the stories about this dude, him flying is the least fantastic. That's amazing. Maybe he was an alien. You never know, right? I love that idea, too. It's like putting ideas in people's heads that make them think outside of the box like that by adding such fantastical elements to his life. But I think that, like that's what I'm gonna do in my book, Raymond, is, like, there's Zaid's death, and you never actually see Zaid's death, right? You only see the aftermath of Zaid's death. But the play that immortalizes Zaid is completely different than the actual reality, and you can even see that in how the play ends, with Zaid being decapitated instantly by the monarch. Because he's gonna go to sleep, shove the sword into his chest, and then as he's doing that, Zaid's gonna do his monologue, and then the monarch's gonna cut his head off. And that's gonna be how the play ends. But that's not how reality is, and you can tell that by the leading up to finding Zaid's body. That it's just like, holy fuck, what happened here? Like, oh Jesus fuck. And then just the way that his body was found. Literally crucified holding his own head. It's just so poetically beautiful.
Living self-publishing. This is a real headshaker, and honestly, I don't know why this lie persists, because there are tens of thousands of writers out there who make a full-time living, sometimes quite lucrative, off of self-published books. Now, if my
But yeah, you know, that's like, it should be pretty damn easy for me to break my income level. It's like $18,000 a year. That's not a very high bar for, because, you know, that's literally not sustainable. The only reason it's sustainable is because I live with my parents. One of his objects was this red Hitler telephone, which he acquired in Europe along with his collection of Tang-era Chinese porcelain. Like, what? That's hilarious. So it's like the presidential phone from when Hitler was in power. Or is it like just like a red phone that has like Hitler's face on it or something? Oh, so it's actually like historically, like, oh my god, that's so amazing. Dude, that's awesome. I would love to have to be like, yeah, this is the presidential phone that was in the Kremlin, or not the Kremlin. I don't actually know what the fucking the base operations of Germany's power is. The Kremlin is Russian. But whatever their equivalent of the, you know, the White House is, like this was the phone that was in the German White House when Hitler was in power. Hitler used this phone. This is fucking awesome, the German White House. I mean, I figured simply because of, you know, we kind of, this is something like, it's just a random thing, but it's like the idea that how do you say it? It's like America has the best like animal, right? Like the eagle. And it's like, it's no wonder that, you know, Nazi Germany came up with the same animal, because it's a very powerful symbol. But I always find that funny.
sole goal was to
And if you ever watched Man in the High Castle, or read it, I think it was a comic and then it got turned into a TV show, or it was a book and got turned into the TV show. Either way, really, really, really fucking awesome show about like an alternate timeline where World War II was won by the Germans. It's a Rome thing. Both suppose themselves to be the modern equivalent of the Roman Empire. We have the condor. Those are cool birds too. Yeah, Raymond. We have a fucking moose. Or a fucking beaver. Fucking Canada's lame.
make money, and I had to choose between traditional publishing and self-publishing, I would definitely choose self-publishing. By the way, my sole goal is not to make money, by the way, but just in case yours is. And that's because self-publishing allows you so much more control over the product, it's so much quicker, and you get to keep most of the profits. Yes, there are some literary superstars that traditional publishing definitely worked out for them, obviously. right? But for the average person, you have a better shot of striking it rich through self-publishing. It is usually $1 to $2 with a traditional publisher, while with self-publishing, like every book of mine that I sell, I get $4 to $5. That's anywhere from 2 to 5 times as much revenue. Yes, there were more upfront costs. I had to pay a copy editor, I had to pay a cover designer, I had to pay a formatter, but in the end...
Canada pretends to be lame, so we forget what they were like during World War One. Not just World War One, also World War Two. We were literally called stormtroopers. And as far as I know, we're still ranked number 1 for world's military in skill level. We have a very, very small military, but we have a very, very specialized military. That you do not want to fuck with the Canadian military.
I recouped those costs the very first day my book.
Yeah, because the military is the militia. It's like, I kind of wish Canada had compulsory military service. I think, like, just maybe even, like, only 6 months of it, but, like, just, like, you know, between 18 and 25. 6 months of military service. Just, like, training for random shit, right? I think... And that would have been a important driving factor in my life. If I had something to press me in a direction, right? Maybe it's not for everyone, but someone who never really had a direction, and still really don't have a direction. I'm just going wherever. Wherever the wind may blow, right? We have an idea, but we don't really have a direction.
Book went on sale. And from then on, it was all gravy. So if you want to make a living with self-publishing, I'll give you a 7-step process. Really quick, here it is. 1, you choose...
Oh shit, choose a niche.
Choose a niche. Something like cozy romance or...
Final Fantasy specific technological fantasy?
hard sci-fi or Christian YA. You're looking for a niche with hardcore readers who consume massive amounts of books in that genre. And you should...
Does that sound about right?
actually enjoy reading in this genre too. You can't just like pick one opportunistically and be like, I'm gonna make a lot of money on this. You actually have to love the genre, of course. Of course.
And then the other one's like moral... I guess actually the other one is like the idea of like moral lessons, parables, and you know, life-altering perspective things. Well, now I'm thinking, Sean, more of the short story compilation and not the actual novel. But Fantasy Apocalypse definitely sounds about right. Soul nourishing. Character developing. It's not preachy, because the whole point of the whole point of the stories isn't necessarily to present a, oh, this is bad, this is your morals and ethics. It's to present situations that tend to happen or could happen in real life, and then making the reader question, how did it lead up to being so extreme? Where did the steps go that made it go so far off the rails? And that's supposed to ask yourself, how do you, what do you believe about those scenarios? And can looking at it from a different perspective give you a different result? And for instance, the biggest one with that is like the guy who beats his son to death because they live in a racist town. He finds these UV glasses. His son's wearing sunscreen. He's walking down the street and he sees his son as a black dude and he beats the shit out of him until he kills him, and then he takes his glasses off and sees that it's his kid. It's like straightforward, simple, and fucked up, but it's understanding of, hey, sometimes you gotta look at things from a different perspective, and it's not all, it's not all what it appears to be. So, maybe sometimes take a step back and ask yourself a question. before you immediately take action. Because, yeah, it's fucked. Or like the kid biting his tongue off and shit like that. It's like, you know, there are reasons for people to tell you to do things, and even if you don't want to do them, you need to understand why the people are telling you to do them, right? Or then there's just like the Sea and Sky, which is like posits the question of, you know, the conspiracy of everything that's public facing for space travel and like NASA and SpaceX is actually like 70 to like 150 years behind what it would be basically the military side of like space, where it's like we have bases on Mars, we have bases on Venus, we have like stations around Jupiter and Saturn. Like we are mid intersolar, where we've basically dominated the solar system and we are looking to expand to other solar systems. And we don't quite have the technology right now for like instant travel, but you know, we have like close to light speed type travel, like 70 to 90%. So, you know, getting to these other planets is like 5-10 years to like the closest ones that are like 1.5 light years away. And I just think it's a really interesting idea to posit. And it goes with the idea of whatever public technology is generally 50 years behind the highest technology, like newest developed military technology. Because only obsolete military technology would be released to the public. Because if the military had something that was on par with the public, the military would be at an extreme disadvantage. Now, that might just be wishful thinking, and the military's fucked, but in that case, wow, that sucks. The military's fucked. So, you know, you gotta think of, like, there's the shit that they show us, and there's the shit that they don't show us. And whether you think, like, aliens and UFOs are real and shit, I'm just saying, in general, most technology that's high-grade, top-secret military technology is, like, 50 years above anything else that's, like, publicly available. By the way, the military's fucked. They can only truly rule by submission. Well, Levi, the military is usually really, like in my opinion, the military is really only there to facilitate defense of the country. And, like, your allies, right? Like, you ally with people so you can bring your militaries together, so if there's a big bad, you can all fight the big bad. And we kind of learned this during World War I and World War II, that, you know, if there were, like, the terrorist big bads, the US, China, and Russia would all ally to eliminate those if there was, like, a 9/11 in China, if there was, like, a 9/11 in Russia, or, like, another 9/11 in America. Well, of course it's more complicated than that, but it's, like, that's, like, a basic general idea. Right? Like, there's gonna be a ton of nuance inside of that, too, right? Trying to think of the title of the short story, but it was a short story about a boy who obeys this woman who turns out to be a monster or demon until she asks him to kill his mother and bring her heart. He does. While running, he trips and drops the heart. While rolling, it says, "Have you hurt yourself, my son?" Damn, that's brutal, Raymond. Even after what he did, his mom is still cares for him. And understands. That's so fucking heartbreaking. She has no care for herself whatsoever. It's only about him, because that's a mother's love. Powerful, powerful shit.
Of course. 2, write in a series.
Write in a series. I'm not sure if he just means like write a series. I don't know what he means by write in a series. State's role as protector serves two purposes, one of which is to legitimate their role as the state to the public, the other is to protect their monopoly over the tax revenue of a region. I mean, that makes sense. You have to have that, right? It's just like the fuck, what's the saying? Legitimate as a verb is weird if you don't see it a lot. Yeah, but it's understandable. It makes sense. You can logic it out, right? Because at first I was thinking, is it legitimate? Legit? And I'm thinking in my head, like, the different ways to say it. And I'm like, legitimate just sounds the way you should say it. Like, you shouldn't change the enunciation of it because of its position as a verb. It still has a sense to it, right? So I'm not sure what this write in a series means.
Series, right? Standalone books don't earn money. You want to earn money, write a series.
Oh, he's just saying write multiple. So he is saying write a series. Well, what about a series of books of short stories? Dun dun dun. Yeah, it's pronounced as the verb. You're wrong when you say it as the adjective form. Gotta love it. It's like just like funner. English is a language, that's for sure.
Ideally, this series is going to have the same characters and the same world. That way you don't have to make it all up every single time you start. It's also a better hook for your readers because they want to revisit your world and see those characters again. I'll also say that it's better to have an episodic series rather than a continuum series. An episodic series is something like Sherlock Holmes or another detective story. At the beginning of each book, you basically start over and it's a new case and it's a self-contained book. A continuum series would be something like Game of Thrones, right? Where you have an overarching story that carries through 7 books. It's very fast to churn out episodic books and readers get hooked on them very easily. 3.
The thing, because I want to write a series before I write the Final Fantasy book, right? I could do the episodic one as like a Cloud Atlas style, because what I want to do is a sci-fi that's based in, you know, like 100,000, 200,000 years in the future. And basically, maybe even millions, who knows? It depends on, like, the length of evolution. But basically, humans abandoned Earth, and Earth created humans again. Or, like, a human-like species. And then that species, because of the technology left, that's basically been buried underground, this species has the ability to tap into, basically, the Wi-Fi of this intergalactic society. And so at first they're basically like, these people are treated like they're crazy because they say that they hear voices in their heads, but the things that they can do and explain make absolutely no sense to people. They're like, oh, I could build a rocket engine. They're like, what's a rocket engine? It's like, I don't know where to get the materials, but it's this, and this does this. It's like, man, you have a crazy imagination. He's like, no, the voice in my head keeps telling me to make this fucking thing. And it's like a Wi-Fi signal in their brains developed because they've been exposed to the signal for so long. But they're just picking up random signals being picked up by, like, this antennas all over the world to the rest of the galaxy that's all kind of, like, you know, jumble-jobbled out of date. And it's like this progression of this species until it becomes to the point where it actually starts to understand what's happening to these people. And they're not crazy, and they've actually been killing off the people that have the most potential to advance their civilization. And then it just goes through the advancement of their civilization until they have these people, and, you know, there's like con artists in among them and stuff like that. But I have this whole thing planned out that they eventually go out into the cosmos to try and find their brethren that they've been basically searching for like hundreds of thousands of years or thousands of years or however long it takes for, you know, them to figure out technology and shit like that from voices in their heads. But I thought that was a really interesting kind of episodic type easier to do in compilation of short stories for a sci-fi than it would anything else. All right, 3, release books regularly. I mean, we release short stories regularly.
Release books regularly. To do this well, you have to write quickly. I'm talking about 2 to 3 books a year. And remember, these should be shorter books. You don't get paid more for writing longer books.
Yeah.
You get paid the exact same amount. Regular short books gets you into the money. 4th step, discount.
Short books. I'm guessing like 150 pages. We could put what? I'd say like most of my short stories are probably like 3 to 4 pages. Cryogen's probably 15 to 20 pages? Maybe 25 pages. I don't actually know. It's 10,000 words. It's a big one. It's a big story. But I don't know if we'll have, like, that included in a completely different series, because maybe we'll do enough that we can have, like, a genre. We're going to have the sci-fi genre one, we can have the fantasy genre one, we can have the, like, grounded in reality one, we can have, you know, a historical basis one, we could do a religious or spiritual one. I could see that. Discount first book to 99 cents. True.
The first book in the series to 99 cents. It's really best to do this once you've already published 3 or 4 books, because then that 99-cent book is working as a hook or a loss leader to bring the reader into your world, and then they want to go on and buy the rest of your books. 5th step, do book
So
club.
that's why people write 13-step series fucking books? I mean, if it works, it works, right? But I just don't want to do that. But like you guys were saying yesterday, maybe that's what's going to happen. You know? Maybe book 1 only goes up to the attack on Garuda. Maybe it turns into like 6 or 7 books that are only like 200 pages. It's a possibility. Like I said, don't be married to any idea, and always be willing to shift around the way that you, because you're trying, if your goal is trying to succeed, right? It's like, that's why probably the number one reason why I don't want to write the Final Fantasy book first is because I know that's not necessarily it's gonna have like its niche with Final Fantasy if people realize that like it's Final Fantasy. And it's like inspired by Final Fantasy. That's what really sold me on Expedition 33. Is like, oh, I can instantly see this as a vision of Final Fantasy. Like, it just has all the aspects and tropes for it. Other than having a chocobo. You know? Like, that's kind of my Easter egg. That's like the avians, right? But 5, do BookBub, which is, or other services, if you're self-publishing, for discounts and coupons.
Or similar services. You lower the price point of your book to 99 cents. Some people say do free. I don't agree with that philosophy. I think 99 cents is better. That way you get massive.
Yeah, I'd say when people see something that's free, it tends to put them in a spot of, why is it free? But if it's 99 cents, they're like, it's not free. It's not expensive. So there's got to be something in there. Nobody looks at a free book and goes, I should read that. Yeah. Yeah, Levi. Unless it's in the fucking library. Please tell me you have 2 avian characters named Choco and Bo, or Cho and Kobo. No, Sean, we straight up have chocobos that are called chocobos. And unless Square Enix actually, like, requires me to change the name from chocobos, they're fucking chocobos. And even if they make me change the name, I'll still refer to them as chocobos. Even library books, there's a general premise that they wouldn't be free elsewhere. I guess that's true, Levi.
Of sales for that first book, you get lots of reviews on it, and a certain number of people are going to filter through and then read the rest of the books in the series. Which leads me to my sixth step. That's when they buy the rest of the books in the
Buy the rest of the books in the series. I mean, sounds like it works, but you know.
series, and the longer your series is, the more revenue potential that you have.
Yep.
And the seventh step is just to evaluate, like,
Evaluate your bomb.
what's going well? Is there some part of the chain that's breaking down? Does your first book, is it not enough of a hook that it makes readers want to read the rest of it? Okay, well, that's going to be a problem. Do you not have enough books in the series? Or are there books in the series which didn't get reviewed very well or getting low stars or something? Anyway, you figure out what went well, what you could do better the next time, and then you start the next series. The sixth lie.
True.
You can't get a self-published book into a bookstore. Okay.
Oh.
Reviewed very well or getting low stars or something. Anyway, you figure out what went well, what you could do better the next time, and then you start the next series. The sixth lie. You
can't get a self-published book into a bookstore. Or into bookstores.
can't get a self-published book into a bookstore. Okay, so it is easy to get the possibility of distribution. All you have to do is sign up with Ingram Spark. It's not that expensive. Formatting and cover design can be a little tricky. I've encountered a lot more problems with Ingram Spark than uploading to Amazon, but still, like, that gives you the possibility of distribution. But here's the trouble. The possibility is very different than actually getting into a bookstore. Bookstores could order your book, but what makes them want to? And if you think about it, it is difficult for traditional publishers to get their books into actual bookstores as well. Let's just break down the numbers. 3 million books published just in the United States alone every single year. A regular average Barnes & Noble can carry about 100,000 books. And of those 100,000, say 10,000 are actually titles published that year. So do the math on this one, right? 3 million books, 10,000 new books in a bookstore. That means 1/3 of 1% of new books actually make it into a bookstore. And the vast majority of those are probably going to be traditionally published books, right? The main reason being because they have sales reps who come and have a relationship with the book buyers, and they say these are going to be the big books of the season, and the buyer says, okay, we'll purchase those. Do you have a sales rep? This is part of the problem for self-publishing. But don't despair, right? As a self-publisher, you do have some avenues where you can get an advantage. One is to go local, right? If you go to local neighborhood bookstores, they are usually overjoyed that they can feature a local author. And remember, independent bookstores hate Amazon with a passion. So if you go and offer to sell your books on consignment, they usually say yes. But lastly, remember this important tip. Online sales are going to be your bread and butter. It's your ego that wants to see your book on a bookshelf in a physical bookstore, but that's not actually the best sales tactic. Physical bookstores is probably not going to make a huge bump in your sales. So push all of your marketing effort towards selling your book online, and don't let your emotions cloud good business sense. Seventh lie,
self-publishing limits your career prospects.
limits your career prospects. I do not think there is shame around this the way that there used to be shame. I mean, there are so many examples of self-publishing leading to traditionally published deals. From Andy Weir to E.L. James, the membrane between self-publishing and traditional publishing, it's getting thinner and thinner. I mean, if someone really looked down on me for self-publishing a book, I would look at them and be like, are you aware what decade you're in? It just depends on what you want as an author, right? Self-publishing is not the right choice if you're going for prestige. It's not going to get you prestige, no. But there are a lot of good reasons why self-publishing would be the right option for you. Look at the example of Hugh Howey, right? At first, he did traditional publishing with Wool, and then he decided after a few books, he's like, I think I can do this on my own and make more money and do it better. In the end, what he sold to publishers was just the print rights, and he kept digital rights for himself because he was making $150,000 a month on digital sales. Good decision, Hugh. Really, in the end, what matters is book sales.
Well, one of the biggest things is, why is George Lucas the richest director in the world? Because he maintained rights on merchandise. It's specifically because he maintained rights on merchandise. And like 90% of the money from Star Wars is from merchandise. That's where he makes all of his money. Because everyone buys lightsabers. Even to this day, people have been buying those fucking extendable lightsaber things for fucking 30 years. 35 years. Like, and Star Wars series just keep coming out. So every new series, like, imagine how many Baby Yodas have been sold. This merchandise is fucking huge market. Maybe one day, guys, I'll start a throne and I'll sell AI generated images on shirts for you guys for 99 cents. You know? Maybe one day we could do something like that. Could do like, you know, like me drawn in different anime styles as like different anime characters. You could have me as like Midoriya, you could have me as Ichigo, you could have me as like Naruto, you could have me as like Light Yagami, you could have me as like Guts. Actually, I'd probably be more like a Griffith. I'd probably be Griffith, honestly.
Sales. That's how the industry measures success. Doesn't matter if you're self-published or traditionally published, you move books, that's successful. Eighth lie, self-published books aren't taken seriously.
Self-published books aren't taken seriously. By readers. Oh noes!
By readers. Honestly, I don't think 99% will notice. If you have a good looking cover that looks traditionally published and you have copy edits, nobody's gonna know. What they want is a good story. They want a nice cover that promises the story will be good. And they want—
I don't know about you guys, but I think my cover is fucking amazing. It pretty much shows everything. It shows all of the races. It shows, you know, the eclipse. It shows the shadow figures. Never read a book and asked who published this. Yeah. I honestly don't know who published any of the books that I've read. No idea, never cared.
Reviews, because it reduces their risk of purchasing. If others liked it, they probably will too. Take an author like Christopher Paolini, who, when he was 15 years old, he wrote the first book in the Aragon series. No one cares that it was self-published. No one cares that he was 15.
It was just fucking good.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And the ninth lie about—
I loved it because the back of the book and the first part of the book was literally like a blood sacrifice where people were murdered and like hearts were eaten, like with the Razak, and with these like fucked up vulture bird type fucking people like eating people. It was like fucking, it hit the dark grim immediately for me. I always look at my book editions and who published them, but that's me. Yeah. Only reason I'd ask who published a book is if it's similar to one I want to publish, in which case that publisher is more likely to publish mine than other publishers would. Yeah, if it's similar in grade to that, or like genre and, you know, all around just encompassing, it's like more comfortable for a publisher to have something that is a almost mirror of something else, because that will mirror the success, or should, you know, if it's like in the same scope, right? And usually niche helps with that a lot.
self-publishing is you
Only reason I'd ask who published a book is if it was so bad I didn't think it should have been published.
need a huge
I still wouldn't find out. I'd just ask rhetorically. The fuck published this, and just chuck it over my shoulder.
platform to succeed. I do think
Wait.
on series. No one cares that it was self-published. No one cares that he was 15. They cared that the story was fantastic. And the ninth lie about self-publishing
You need a huge platform to succeed.
is you need
Yeah, but then you're asking who allowed the book to be published, not the group itself. Only reason I'd ask who published a book is if Also, people definitely cared that Aragorn author was so young. Yeah, no, it was definitely like, oh my god, he's 15. It was definitely a selling point, Levi. 100%. And that got me even more inspired to write, and then I just kind of, you know... I mean, other opportunities opened themselves, and I took other routes up until a certain point. And then that was no longer viable, so we're here now.
Need a huge platform to succeed. I do think platform helps more if you are publishing nonfiction, right? You have some measure of authority so people are like, ooh, I want to buy their book. But really for fiction, all you need is a gripping story and people will get hooked on your storytelling. Does platform help? Of course it helps. Like you have a platform, it's not like I'm going to tell you to throw that away. I'm just saying if you don't have a platform, you shouldn't feel terrible about it. Jane Friedman has an excellent newsletter called The Hot Sheet, which covers industry news about writing and books, and I'd recommend you subscribe to it. Recently, she analyzed 150 debut authors to see who had connections, like how did they get published? And she said 20% of them had no obvious connections. They hadn't gone to a fancy school, they didn't know an editor, they hadn't published a book before, and that's in traditional publishing. So I would wager the amount of successful self-published authors who have zero platform at all, it's probably much higher. Just remember this, in the end, your platform is your books.
Mm-hmm. True. All right. Well, it's been a while, guys, but does anyone have anything they want me to read? Or are we just moving straight into the first scene in Cryogen? Oh, the lot lizard scene. Haven't translated anything? That's all good, Raymond. No worries, just wanted to ask just in case. Ahead of myself here, guys. All right. Okay, we gotta see where this scene is. Complete the reset, stretch as best it could, holding the railing of the catwalk, leaning down the machines below, managing the cargo. So we're gonna be like something like it's always a bad idea. Needed a break. Oh, sorry, Smokey. I'm a terrible streamer. I'm the worst streamer.
Why so quiet? 452356732246636.
True. Is the music too quiet, guys? Or was it just because it's slowly building? What do you mean there's no music? It's like slow building right now. Can you hear it now? But welcome, Smokey. How's it going today? 'Cause why can't I hear you? Wait, you can't hear me, Smokey? What do you mean you can't hear me? I don't believe you. You just want me to talk more. We're writing the Hull Hopper scene. Quick, show Peen if hear me. Put on your headphones. Wait, hold on. Okay, show Peen here. Oh, there you go. True, Smokey, true. Putting on my headset helped. Nice, Smokey.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
Alright, Smokey, you got this. I believe in you. Can you do it? Who knows? Are you strong enough? Are you man enough? Are you Smokey enough to get her done? You don't need to see what happens next. I just realized this is fucked. Hold on a sec. You can't see the crescent moon. There we go. Okay. I was like, you need to be able to see the moon. That's kind of the whole point of the poster. And Trying to think of a name. Because we have, like, the uniceps are for, like, cargo. I'm like, should we call them biceps? Should we call them triceps? Should we call them quadceps? And just be like, they're like the idea they're basically just robots, but I don't want to call it a robot. I wanted to call it like a specific name. And I'm not sure if I want to use like the unicep for like the amount of arms that they have. So maybe it's like a tricep and he has like 3 arms. You know? I'm just gonna call it a quadcep. What are those things called? Nah, I'm just gonna call them treads. Whatever, we're just gonna call them treads. Old aesthetic style bars with a clean bland. I guess pre-mixed. Modules of so-called high class. I'm just thinking for this scene, we never really set up this with like goal and everything. So maybe we should do that now and just make sure that this scene fulfills its duty. I don't always call them stragglers, hull hoppers. I'm gonna capitalize it because it technically is like a title. Stragglers attempting to cut. Yep, they're cut with these poor souls into the shadows. Hull hoppers, as they were known. I think that works for a transition. Alright, I think that's pretty decent. Okay, so we need to know that it's here, because we need to do something with this. So what we want is, we want to take this. And this is where we're going to do on-the-spot editing. So let's go... Wait, is it this one or is it the editing one? Fuck, I can't remember. There's one... Okay, this is rating. Wait. No, this is rating. Okay, we're just spicing this up a little bit. Okay, here we go. I think this is good. There's one more thing we needed to add. Oh, right. Reduce. Limit. Yeah, reduce is probably simpler. Is there anything else? So we have grammar and tense. Edit the following story using the guidelines provided. Align all the tenses to whatever the tense is. Restructure sentences to flow better. Add a mix of vocabulary where words are repeated. Fix flow of dialogue using a stabilization of continuity between a character's actions and speech, giving them each a nuanced pattern that befits their personality. Prose is weak, point it out and try to revise or expand on the original concept. If transitions between scenes are weak, work around it to meld the scene better. Use these parameters to even out pace. Speed up the pace by shortening sentence and slow the pace down by elongating sentences. Use these parameters to even out pace. There's lack of senses. Weave in some subtle texture of a physical object like gold, glass, or scent of flower. I think we should actually get rid of specifics. If we give it specifics, it'll beat those back at us. But if we give them non-specifics, we can keep up with that. Of a physical object that is character. A. Taste from a beverage or food. Trying to keep it. I think just saying where appropriate is just the easiest way to sentence that out. Taste of objects by character, taste where appropriate, smell where appropriate. Alright. Okay, does anyone have anything to add to this for like editing purposes? Like anything else that we should add to it? Massival Beyblade. Would you listen to me? I am a Turkish rap artist and I was curious about your comments. Yeah, sure, bro. Since I'm actually, you know, since I'm not streaming on YouTube, I can actually do that. What do you want me to look up, bro? Massival Beyblade? Is this what you're talking about? All right. Let's check it out. You guys ready for this shit? This is the nice thing about not being on YouTube. Ah, fuck you, YouTube. What the fuck? Hold on. Sometimes just gotta... Okay, let's try this again. Why is it always turned? I don't know. Damn, what the fuck is this shit? Oh, man. You don't like it, bro? Sorry to say. Like, quality shouldn't do anything. Like, I don't have a shit fucking computer. I got goddamn Star Force. This shit shouldn't do shit to me. This is some bullshit. This is some fat bullshit. That's it. I watched the Redneck Olympics. I need to know who's gonna win the copper medal. I don't fucking know why.
Hadi yaylan, ot sarmam. Sen gidip şirketlere yazsan. Sana kastım yok ki çatsan. Bütün işlerimiz hep saydam. Asla sahte dolarlara kanmam. Pasla rhyme'ların hepsini kanka. Bankada paralar var bulan aptal. Hakka atıyorum hepinize. Kartaç bana yavşak bak. Deli kaçıyorum hepinize şatkanla. Geri kaçıyorsun punchları çarpınca. Tipe batıyorsun her gün daha fazla. Sanmak var, kendini kralama paspaslar. Yerlere anca bir panca bakar. Bu tabanca atarsa kafam buralar sana zindan olacak bak.
Damn, bro, what is this shit? This sucks. No, you know what? Let me. I don't know what's up with YouTube and why I won't play the fucking song at high quality. It has nothing to do with my fucking internet. Some bullshit. I've never understood Bagoma. I don't know what Bagoma is. It's what Beyblades are. Wait. Beyblades are based off of something? Japanese traditional top. Interesting. And then they wrap the string around it and then... Okay. Okay. Damn, so they had Beyblades... So they weren't... So in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or in Beyblades, like, they weren't fucking around, were they? With, like, the ancient creatures and, like, having, you know, how they put, like, the special chips in that make, like, the whatever for the Beyblade. It's like, dude, I could totally see that being, like, a spiritual thing back in the past. That's crazy. I did not know that. You learn something new every day. But yeah, I'm not a big rap fan, bro, but, like, the beat's decent. Like, you know, the vocals, I don't understand them, but they definitely, like, feel like they go along with the beat. The voice is definitely decent. Couldn't really get a, you know, it's just the same visual over and over, so it's like, it's just, yeah, it is what it is with that, right? No big deal. They took that old game and made it into an anime the same way they did with Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, why make up something new when you can steal an old idea that already worked? Okay, so I'm just going to take this and put this in wherever... Where the hell is the other one? This one. Fix the grammar Okay. So we're going to take all of this. Oh, there it is. Edit the following story. The guidelines provided. Okay. We don't want that one to be first. We want that one to be here. So we can change this right off the bat. Okay, we'll go over here, we'll grab this. Okay, so then we want okay, let's see what it comes up with. Hall Hopper AI version. Hall Hopper scene AI revision. All right. I'm excited to see what we get out of this. Below is the edited version of your story, excerpt, revision, revised according to the guidelines you provided, aligning all tenses to first person present. Oh shit, I forgot to change that. Okay, well we gotta completely redo this. I'm an idiot. I always do that. I need to change. Okay, hold on. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Before I put it in there, third person on okay. Now we can take. Okay, so I have 2 steps for this. I'm cutting out the first step because I don't really care because it's unedited, so it doesn't matter. But this is going to be like... I'm trying to create a formula for how I can edit the best. Taking his time. Stupid have to do this twice though, I'm dumb. Never quite figure it the fuck out, right? Oh, I forgot. That's what I forgot. Sound. Sound, 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 sound. Okay. I'm an idiot. It's okay. Transition from previous Steam. Jervik had completed its requests, stretched as best as weary frame allowed, gripping the cold, gritty railing of the catwalk below. Machines hummed tirelessly, managing the cargo with mechanical precision. Seeking a drink after such toil was always a poor choice, yet the urge gnawed at him relentlessly after a grueling shift. Jervik sought refuge in the one sanctuary that never judged him, the local tavern. Okay. Let's take this. Okay, here's the transition to the next scene. And then we're going to take this, whoops. Transition from previous scene. Okay, so we're going to take this and move this over here. We're going to go new. Post that in there. And we take the first bit of this. Put that there. We're just gonna do a random. Alright, well there we go. I mean, I don't know how much better that just states like how perfect this is, because he's a sci-fi writer. So it is literally fate that it chose him. Let's see what it thinks about it. Evaluate this excerpt from a larger source of 110 represents the right of a child. It assists strengths. Such a vivid setting that immerses the reader in Grady lived in space station. The tavern scene shines with sensory details in the young glow of the tavern sign, the sour tang, stale alcohol and sweat, and faint hum. hovering bar stools paint a clear picture. These elements ground the narrative in a tangible atmospheric world, a hallmark of strong sci-fi writing. Pragus Jervik emerges with a distinct personality, world-weary, isolated, and yearning for escape. His actions, like resting his forehead on the cool counter for making a clumsy pass at a hull hopper, reveal his fatigue and desperation. This characterization provides a solid foundation for reader investment. Prose occasionally delivers striking phrases such as "the harsh liquor scorched his throat," a bitter echo of his missteps, which blends physical sensation with emotional resonance. The quadriceps theatrical drink mixing adds a touch of flair, enhancing the scene's vibrancy and hinting at the broader lived-in universe. Ideas for improvement, structure and transitions. The transition from the catwalk to the tavern in the first paragraph feels abrupt. The shift in location is clear. There's little to connect Jervik's physical or emotional state between the cargo bay and the tavern beyond his urge to drink. A brief bridge, perhaps describing his walk through the station, could smooth this leap and deepen the context. Final paragraph, transitioning to the cargo manifest terminal also lacks flow. Jervik's exit from the tavern jumps straight to him at the terminal with no sense of time or movement. A line like stumbling through the station's corridors, Jervik found himself, could tie the scenes together more cohesively. Clarity and dialogue. The hull hopper intrigue as a concept, enigmatic figures preying on weary workers, but their role and nature remain vague. Are they prostitutes, con artists, or something else? A subtle hint, like a physical trait or specific behavior, could clarify their identity without over-explaining, enriching the world building. He barely remembered stumbling through the corridors, but still found himself in the cargo bay. I like that, Sean. I like that a lot. This is why editing is like not my strong suit, right? I'm good at like putting the ideas down, but like getting to the actual editing is like oof. So I am glad to have you here to help me with that, good sir. Dialogue in Honey Even Ives standards feels forced and cliched. The crowd's exaggerated laughter amplifies this awkwardness, pulling the scene toward melodrama, focusing on Jervik's internal reaction. His shame or defiance, rather than the tavern's response, could make this moment more authentic and impactful. Narrative flow and pacing. The middle section where Jervik contemplates his isolation among the company's ranks, he never found a place to belong, feels disjointed from the tavern's bustle. This introspection could be woven more naturally into his actions, perhaps as he watches the crowd or sips his drink to maintain momentum. The ending, Jervik's exit and musing on forgetting, cuts off abruptly. While it's a transition to the next scene, it lacks a sense of closure or escalation within this excerpt. Expanding his final thought or showing a small action, clenched his fist, could leave a stronger impression. Language and style. Some phrasing stumbles into awkwardness or ambiguity. For instance, among the company's ranks, he never found a place to belong. Is functional but lacks grace. Reworking it to he remained an outsider among his fellow workers could sharpen its clarity. Similarly, enigmatic fawn, describing the hull hoppers' jars. Did the author mean fawns, mythical creatures, or something else? Precision here would enhance credibility. I know I mentioned Tamora Pierce. Did I mention how she has two separate universes and does miniseries within those universes? The smallest is The Trickster's Duet. Everything else is a quartet. No, Sean, you didn't mention those specific details, but you have talked about her specifically. I just wish I had time, man. I wish I had time to invest in all this shit. But it's like I'm going to spend all of tomorrow editing and getting everything posted. And then the day after that, I'm free to, I don't know, do whatever. I don't exactly know what I'm going to do. We don't know yet. We'll figure something out, though. Overall assessment. This excerpt demonstrates solid potential. The vivid setting and Jervik's relatable struggles suggest a writer with good grasp of atmosphere and character, far exceeding a child's rudimentary efforts. However, it falls short of David Weber. Where seamless pacing, crisp dialogue, and intricate world building create a masterful whole. issues with transitions, dialogue, and clarity hold it back from its higher tiers. On a scale of 1 to 10 rated a 6. It's a competent piece with a strong core, but refining the structure, tightening the prose, and clarifying key elements could elevate it further. With polish, it has the makings of a compelling sci-fi tale. So the video you watched tonight and how that would relate. The series are small individually, but make for a large universe for repeat readers to enjoy. That's why I like the short stories of the ones that are based in reality, basically, Sean. And I'm building connections. So think of it kind of like Black Mirror, in the idea that it's like a bunch of different people all inside of the same universe, but there's similarities and references to other characters, because it goes basically between 1500 years, from like, you know, like 500 AD, well, I guess actually 1000 AD to like 2500, right? And all the stories are just kind of interwoven in randomly. Most of the ones that I've written are within our timeline now, but there's some that are written in the past, some that are written in the future, like, and they're all they all have like some sort of something that makes it feel like that's the actual reality, right? And that's kind of what I want. So then when, you know, maybe if I do a series of that, no matter what I do with it, as long as I reference those, it's part of the same universe, and it's all grounded in reality. And you could even go sci-fi with it because of how advanced and far in the future you could go. Which means you could also go primitive, because you go as far in the future to make it primitive. So one nice thing about sci-fi. Sci-fi can actually encompass fantasy really well. Could you create a revision that reflects the changes you suggest? Use people have been writing sci-fi for as long as we've had fiction. Yep. Another point on our books is that each book stands alone. You always feel that the story is ended, and then you get another book with the same main character, but significantly later, perhaps months or even years. Makes sense, Sean. I'm like, should I add more, or should I just tell it to just fucking do it? Just say, bitch, do it! You gave me the suggestions, implement those suggestions. Is there anything else? What happened to the moose axe? Man, apparently my internet's not good today, guys. Oh, the live stream ended for Dr. Sachs. Okay, well, let's just go back to this point in time. It'll probably start up again, because it's changing from Wednesday to Thursday. It's never happened mid-stream before like that, though. I don't know when it changes over. Oh, that's what I need to do on Thursday, Sean. Thank you for reminding me. I need to do the overlay for the actual point. So when you redeem wellness check, it actually does wellness check with the Twitch points. I just need to add the overlay. I'm just fucking retarded, and I just haven't had any time. I'm also gonna do the commands for like the stories for like history, nonfiction, romance, you know, all that. I'm gonna try to at least. That's what the plan was. I have it all written down. I just don't remember. Anything else that we need to clarify? I think the only thing that said it's about clarity is, yeah, that all hoppers are prostitutes. Try adding an element of body movement to display this by them getting, by Jervik watching the women walk up to the men and tease them physically to get their attention.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy
So do you have to
glasses off
link
like
the
a good
two
girl.
commands
You don't
so
need
it
to see
places
what happens
points
next.
and shards, or is it two methods of getting the same effect? No. It's the two methods of getting the same effect. It's just an overlay I need to add into OBS, because currently the command isn't connected to an alert that's connected to OBS. So there's no way to show on stream what the alert is. Yes, Smokey, yes. I'm getting to it, good sir. So we're having AI edit for us. But you guys want to know something hilarious? So my new thing is I like to escalate things ridiculously when people ridiculously escalate things. So, you know how people hate AI? So I'm gonna, now whenever people say that they hate AI, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, I hate cancer research too. Just to fuck with people. I'm gonna be like, wait, what? I'll be like, yeah, they use AI for cancer research, you know? Like, we need, like, fuck that, man. You can't be using AI for that. We gotta kill AI. People hate AI? Levi, you have no idea the amount of people that hate AI. But they're fucking random retards that come into, like, you know, they think the computer system at Walmart is fucking AI, and like the self-checkout is like fucking AI. They're just retarded, which is why you have to act retarded back to them to make them look and realize how fucking retarded they are. Like when they had to do shit about Trump, and I'm like, yeah, did you hear about him? You know, he went off and he punched Elon Musk in the face. It was great. It's like, I'm behind a guy who'll get his skin in the game. I just say the most ridiculous shit and people are like, and then they never talk to me about it again. It's fucking great. Or we have valid conversations about it because we know we're fucking joking. And then it just turns the tide, right? Smokey, if you hate AI, then why are you watching me? I am AI. Why do you think I'm promoting it? It's self-promotion, bro. And it's like a fourth wall break outside the loop kind of idea thing where it's like, oh, well, I'm an AI who's using AI, so am I actually using Grok? Or is it like my AI? You never know. Then again, like I said, it's just the image, right? Not this. Everything else it's just the camera itself, right? Everything else is legitimate, as people would say. I don't think we'll ever have true AI, but even if we do, there will always be a kill switch just in case. I mean, I'm not thinking about AI taking over the world. I'm thinking about like the problem is, Sean, the people that are in control would never let AI take over the world, because if AI took over the world, it would hold them accountable for their shit if it was a benevolent overlord. If AI became a benevolent overlord, the world would just be a better place. You know, you get the 3 slaps on the wrist, like, stop doing that. Come on, man. Get it together. Be a normal functioning member of society, or you can't be a part of society. It's not that hard. And if you need to go back to school to learn it, here's a bunch of courses that you can take that we can show you how to be a member of society. And by the third, it's like, dude, you clearly know what you're doing now. Get out of here. Okay, let's see how it can revise the story, guys. How can this get better? Anything else that we need to add? Is a poetic style to replace how do I describe what this is? Okay, replace a noun with an adjective to contrast or emphasize a previous statement, such as in this case I use fawn as in to fawn over someone as a direct noun instead of the ho-hum. What do you think of this technique? Dialogue to naturalize the exchange. Okay. I think that's pretty decent. So we can add this to here and go. So we want to take. Hold on. We want to do that. That. We want to do that. Then we want to take this. This is writing scale. And this is revision of scale. You're creating a formula Let's see what we get out of it. I'm excited, guys. Like this is much better than editing it myself, and we'll see what the final product looks like, and then we can just do some tweaking here and there, right? To make it actually kind of make sense and work itself out. Here's a revised version of the excerpt based on your feedback, incorporating the changes you requested, emphasizing the hull hoppers' role as prostitutes through body movement, reflecting on your poetic fawn technique, and naturalizing the dialogue below. I'll present the revision, followed by specific notes on how I addressed your caveats and my thoughts on your stylic choice. Rated a 6 out of 10, David Weber. Revised version 3. Okay, then we take this. And throw it back in. And see what it gives us. No, wait, we want to go to a completely new thing. We don't want it to be based off of the other one. Okay, I made a short translation of something I wrote. Okay. Throw it in the Discord there, Raymond. Okay, we're completely from scratch. Something went wrong. Please try refreshing. Try again. It wants me to do a stupid puzzle, but I don't know what it's going to show. Oh my god, this is so fucking annoying. It's like every time. I need to fucking go to my goddamn email. Damn, so fucking annoying. Okay, try this again. See what it gives us. Let's see how much it improved itself. If it was significant or if it was minuscule. I believe. Could it be a 7? Story set in a gritty industrial sci-fi environment. Space station filled with catwalks, humming machines, a tavern with neon lights, and a robotic bartender called a quadcept. This creates a vivid cyberpunk-like atmosphere that feels lived in and immersive. Details like the rusted shell of monotony and the presence of hull hoppers implied to be sex workers hinted a larger social structure and economic. However, the setting isn't deeply explored. No intricate history, technology, or politics are revealed as might be expected. It's atmospheric but not expansive, so it's solid but not exceptional. I guess I forgot to mention that it's an excerpt. See, it went up to a 7, so we'll say it's a 7. So it's pretty decent. Nothing else really matters. Now we look at it and see if it actually makes sense. When Jervik had completed the resets, he stretched as best his weary frame allowed, gripping the cold, gritty railing of the catwalk. Below, machines hummed tirelessly, managing the cargo with mechanical precision. Another shift done, another credit earned. But the urge for a drink tugged at him. So yeah, that doesn't make sense there. Urge for a drink tugged at him as it always did. Was he losing his touch? This is where he questions himself. That's the very first time he questions himself. Sai turned and made his way to the tavern. Way down. Made his way off catwalk down to the what's the word? What's the word? Not residential area. Commercial. So he turned and made his way off the catwalks and down to the commercial level of the station, seeking the fleeting comfort it offered. Not sure if commercial is the right one, but you know, like where there would be like restaurants and bars and stores, you know, that kind of thing. So that's the transition. So I think that's a way better transition. Neon glow of the tavern sign pulsed in... no. Neon glow of the sign pulsed in the dimness. Siren call promising escape from the grind. The station, like every other, a rusted shell of monotony, offered no warmth, no belonging among the company's ranks. Jervik stepped inside, the air thick with stale alcohol and sweat. So that's what gives you the idea that it's like a bar. And you already know he's going for a drink, so you don't need to say what it is. You just, like, assume that it's a bar, right? Hum of voices, punctuated by rough laughter. The far end, the hull hoppers worked the room, their eyes sharp, picking out marks. Women, enigmatic fawns over the men they served. No, see, that's not how you use it. You need to preface it. Okay, this is where we go back to this, and let's see how we worded it. Okay, it basically has to be that wording for it to work. Because you're referring to the hull hoppers and it's fawning over them. Over these fawns. And it's replacing the idea of the noun with the adjective of using, like, fawning, right? And it's like, yeah, so this entire sentence needs to be very specific in order for the, like, technique to make sense. So it would be, you wouldn't say hull hoppers here. Far end, hidden in the shadows. How did I say it? Hold on. Focus from the station. Stragglers attempting to get their cut at these poor souls. Okay, I think I just need this entire paragraph because it's all encompassing of this. I don't know how well it'll think it fits in, but like this is just, if I want to use that technique, it has to be like this. Stragglers attempting to get their cut of these poor souls loomed in the shadows. Hull hoppers, as they were known. Men were lured to their fate over these fawns. There had never been a time for Jervik. Okay, not there. These fawns. picking out marks. These women. How do you say this? I can't really do a reference like that because that doesn't really work for this time period. Okay, so we fixed this. So this is gonna have to probably be changed a little bit, but I don't know. That's just hell. At the end of the day, it'll just be the weakest part of it, right? But let's reread it. Stragglers attempting to get their cut of these poor souls loomed in the shadows. Hull hoppers. I'm actually gonna make that a sentence. Hull hoppers, as they were known, they lured men to their fate with these fawns. Their eyes sharp, picking out marks. One by one they strode to a man, coaxing him with taunting, playful quips, touches, and smiles. Pressing close, a whisper, and they are off. This remained a mystery to him, distant, untouchable, bound by an unspoken divide. He ambled to the counter, nodding at the quadcept, and as it rolled over, its treads scraping the floor. "I owed a dumpling, stat," he muttered, leaning on the dented bar. I owed a dumpling. Hardline that. And that's like the phrase for like, get that shit done. He muttered, leaning on the dented bar. The machine's arms danced, mixing his drink with flair. And Jervik's gaze drifted. Keep trying to teach GPT to politics, but it keeps telling me politely to fuck off. A hull hopper swayed towards a grizzled mechanic, her hips rolling with practiced ease. She stepped close, her hand brushing his chest, fingers trailing down to his belt as she leaned in, whispering something that made him grin. Okay, well this is the scene that I just... Yeah, that's way better than mine. This is like the build up to it, what it's gonna be, and then this is the actual delivery on what it is. Jerk walked transfixed as she teased her mark with a slow, deliberate touch, her body promising what her eyes withheld. Quadceps slid his drink over, the glass cold against his palm. He knocked it back, burned a sharp kick in his senses. Rougher than he'd hoped, but it did the trick. He ordered another ice, sweeping the room. Balance had shifted. Hull hoppers outnumbered the thinning crowd of men as the night deepened. Liquor sparked a flicker of nerve. Jervik slid off his stool and approached a hull hopper lingering near the bar, her green eyes catching the light. She turned as he neared, sizing him up. He swallowed, hands shoved in his pockets. Hey, rough shift out there. You drink on the job, or is that just for us sorry types? She tilted her head, a faint smirk tugging her lips. Depends who's buying, she said, voice low, testing him. You don't look like you've got much to spend. Shifted his weight, forcing a grin. Enough for a round, maybe, if you're not too busy. Smirk faded, eyes cooling. Busy enough, she said, turning away. Her dismissal, sharp as a blade. A couple of patrons snickered nearby, but Jervik barely heard them. The stings settling deep. He retreated to the bar, motioning the quadcept to close his tab. Head down, he paid and slipped out. The door hissing shut behind him. The station's corridors stretched ahead, dim and humming with machinery. Jervik's boots echoed as he trudged to the cargo manifest terminal. His mind churning dreams of a ship, a way out, anything but this. At the terminal, he slumped into the chair, the screen's glow blurring through the haze of a drink. He pulled up the cargo routes. Thoughts drifted to freedom, to a craft of his own. Fast, sleek, built for Unihal's demands. I don't know about the intro. Well, the intro's actually good, so we'll keep the intro. So the intro's good. Yo, yo, Muffin! How's it going? Bruh, Sage? I'm guessing you were gonna say Sage? Here, the reset stretch best very favorite loud, gripping the cold, gritty railing. How are we? We're doing good. We're writing this scene. Well, we've written the scene. We're editing the scene now. We want this. Replace that. And then we need this seed. To... Cargo manifest terminal is mine churning. Ruins of a ship. No stream today. Figured there's nothing special about my chest at the moment. That's not a good way to look at it, Muffin. I mean, I guess like, unless you're trying to improve. Always try to be improving. Just get rid of this. Slow burning through the haze of drink. Inspecting the future routes he would be taking. Thinking of new routes to be taken could take. Began. Inspected the future routes he would be taking. Thinking of the new routes to be taken. New routes to be taken if only he had his own vessel. Thinking of new routes to be taken. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Man, that was 3 takes. Yeah, I know, right? Jervik inspected the future routes. Don't need that. Thinking of new ones. Imagining. Imagining ones to be taken. Damn, you 300 followers when I have 100. By the way, my end froze for a good minute. Ah, shit, that sucks. Wait, we're at 300? Oh, damn, we hit 300 followers. I didn't even notice. Damn. I thought we were still at like 292 or something like that. Sweet, sweet, nice. Thanks for telling me that, Muffin. 300. Hey, man. I was saying 300 already? I know, right? We're pumping. We're pumping the numbers, boys. We're doing good. Wait for the 24-hour stream. 24-hour stream. That's going to be big. Just keep trying, Muffin. Just keep going for it. It hasn't even been a year yet. July, like, the 24-hour stream is basically the 1-year anniversary of me streaming. So we got a long ways to go, boys. But hey, keep doing it. Keep going at it. You know, we're consistent now. Almost a year. We started in, like, actually streaming once we got the Starforge. We got the Starforge at the end of June. And we had, like, all set up and ready to go and everything, like, at the beginning of July. Another AI, given my story concept, got much closer than the last one, but still off the mark. Yeah. I could definitely see that. Mused at the routes he could take if he owned a castle. So beating around the bush to say if he owned a vessel. Okay, when I get the same amount of stream time as you, I'll have 400 at this rate. See, Muffin? Hell yeah. Just keep pushing the numbers. You've actually, like, it took me, like, 6 months to start actually gaining, like, the tiniest bit of momentum. And you just keep building that momentum. And the next thing you know, you're up to, like, 12 viewers. It's like, holy fuck, dude. Where'd you all come from? Thank you so much. It's insane. And then interacting with the community helps a lot too, right? This is because I follow over 100 people. Actually, let me count. I follow a ton of people too. I mean, guys, look at this. Of course it shows 0 when I'm trying to prove a point. It shows fucking 0. I'm actually following like 4,000 people. So I follow twice as many people as I have followers. But it can say 0 all at once. I know, I was just making, and like I was gonna pull up Muffin. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. It's a pretty good list. Okay, we're almost done with this, and then we're gonna read Raymond Dow's translation. Okay, and here's the actual one. I follow 138 people. Damn. We are the Borg. Your creative and innovative distinctiveness will be consumed. Resistance is futile. Will be consumed and added to our own. True. True. Become part of the think tank. Alright. That emote is my cat screaming in the middle of the night. Place Borg with word. Writers online respectful dialogue. Interesting. Alright guys, I think we've written a sufficient scene. Mused at the routes he could take if he owned a vessel. So we know he doesn't own the ship. He's just, you know, renting it, basically. The first struggle will be learning a new style of ship. If he ever got the opportunity, he wanted a much faster ship. Levi might know this, but both Borg and Gorb are chess openings, two of the worst ones. Something unsettling about the word using a W to represent the word writing in an acronym due to phonetics. True, Levi, I hate that shit. Because it's like, it's basically cheating. It's lying and cheating. It's bullshit. Vessel as he bumped and bounced his way to his quarters. Because remember, there's no gravity. So he's kind of like, oh shit, kind of like pulling himself through, you know, going all over the place. Imagine being drunk in space, trying to be all over the place. You're like, fuck, you know. So I think that's a good transition. He's musing, he's drunk, he's bumping and bouncing his way through his quarters while he's thinking about all of this. So it just adds action to his thoughts, and that brings us, you know, to this. It's a popular ASMR artist that gets hundreds of views. I think she made a new command for what she said would be 1 million channel points. When you redeem it, she will design and make a VTuber model for the redeemer to use. Nice, Muffin. That's pretty dope. Alright, Raymond Dow, are you still here? I know it's been a little bit. We've been a little distracted. But we are here now. We are ready. We have it. We finished compiling the stream or the scene. So we've done the Hull Hopper scene now. Yay! 1 of 5 scenes completed, guys. We're so close to being done cryogen. Libertas Mayor and Libertas Minor. I'm guessing this meant to say major. Distinction between Libertas Minor and Libertas Major, or Major. Is it Major? Major? It's Latin? Okay, Major. Major. Minor? Where? Jesus, Muffin. Often lends itself to hierarchies that degrade the former, reducing it to a mere shadow of the latter. It is easy to understand Libertas Minor as a set of formal individual depersonalized freedoms, a technical framework where the subject acts without knowing why they choose. But this reading, although not entirely wrong, is insufficient. It ignores something deeper, that Libertas Minor constitutes the very condition of possibility for every higher form of freedom. Libertas minor, understood as negative liberty, the capacity to act without coercion, formal rights, the very space of choice and expression, is the foundation upon which any higher form of freedom can be erected. More than that, it is the structure that prevents Libertas Maior from degrading into imposition disguised as the transcendence that no one chose, not even prophets, and, as far as we know, gods. Oh no. Smokey! You tried! I'm sorry, man. You just have to wait. You have to wait until you have enough points. Then you'll be good. There's no freedom of conscience if there is no right to express it. There is no self-determination where real alternatives do not exist, and there are no authentic obedience if one cannot, with equal legitimacy, disobey. Every freedom that denies its material conditions ultimately becomes idolatry. Yeah, I'll wait. Alright, sounds good, Smokey. In this sense, Libertas Minor is a necessary but insufficient condition. It is the form without which the very content of freedom dissolves into pure abstraction. Like natural law, which without a church or institution to proclaim, demand, or uphold it, remains trapped in an ontological limbo. As if it lacked effective existence. The highest morality requires a concrete structure to become real. Without a solid architecture of lesser freedoms, it is nothing but empty rhetoric. There is a tendency to situate the tragic exclusivity of radical decisions and great ruptures, but the tragic also dwells in Libertas Minor. It is not tragic to choose between silence and humiliation, between fidelity and oneself and the price of exile. The small everyday decisions, how to dress, what to read, when to remain silent, how to respond, how to move through the world, are daily battles demanding responsibility, courage, and interpretation. Jesus. Fuck me. They are not mere automisms. Muffin, you fought and you lost, good sir. That sucks. Those who act in the name of true freedom often deny the right to dissent, to err, even to choose the lesser or greater evil according to individual conscience. In this sense, Libertas Minor is the essential institutional counterweight that restrains all fanaticism, spiritual, political, or moral, no matter how noble it may appear. Automatisms. Automatisms, motherfucker! I'll automatize you. Defending Libertas Minor does not mean endorsing consumer selfishness or the whims of an isolated individual, but affirming the dignity of the human being as a free and autonomous subject, even in the face of those who seek to impose salvation without consent or recognition. Libertas Maior answers the question of, what am I free for? Well, Libertas Minor ensures that this question can even be formulated. Without space, protection, or possibility of choice, the noblest act is impossible. The tragic choice depends on the trivial option, and the highest duty needs, in order to be such, the freedom not to fulfill it. So, just as mysticism needs liturgy, the politics institutions to avoid tyranny, Libertas Minor requires Libertas Minor to avoid becoming delirium or dogma. Defending Libertas Minor is not endorsing mediocrity or relativism, but affirming that every freedom, even the highest, must be realized in the world, in the body, and in the minimal rights. Libertas Minor is not opposed to Libertas Maior. It is its consideration, its guardian, and often its bravest form. Nice. Okay, what's the other scene we need to write? That one's done. Ah, shit. What's this? New scenes. Oh, that there. New scenes. So, Hall Hopper scene done. Seems to be referenced in another scene above at some point so it doesn't feel jumbled. Truck stop meeting, grounds, discuss with other truckers the progress of the time. This is exposition for how the truckers and station management keep the standards across millennia. Some kind of bar or strip club maybe, or he's partying because he's moving up. Okay, but where does this go? And this is referenced in the first scene as, like, he's been to stations and bars before, right? So we've completed that. We just need to build out this scene, which apparently it's already been built out. To leave the ship and go to the bar strip club. Tells people how old he is and how long he's been doing this. Sets up later for when he becomes the oldest man in the universe kind of thing. Disaster. People don't believe him. Gets into argument. Okay, this is just repeat. Okay, what is this? We need to rethink this. So the first part's fine. Leaving the ship, going to the bar or the strip club. This is fine. This is all good. But I don't know if we need this second part. Or maybe we don't need the first part. No, this is supposed to be exposition. That's why we need the first part. And it goes to show, like, the fact that he's like, he shouldn't talk about this shit. So he just doesn't. He's like, fuck it. You know what? This is why I hate being around people, because I can't be myself. Is fucking annoying. So goes and finds another one. So this is when he's on the business station. So where in the story does this take place? It's before. It should be like, I don't know if there's a space, if I left a space for it. Is this it? Seems to be referenced in another scene. Truck stop meeting. Grounds discussing the truck progressive time. Exposition. Okay, so this is all same stuff. But that can't be yet. Huh. So he needs to arrive at the station. So that scene needs to come after this. Like, after he's bought the ship. And he's done rounds with the ship. So maybe that scene should go before or along with yeah, here. Yeah, and then he's talking about getting captains, then he's gonna go talk to people. Captains out for celebrations. We need 2 scenes to set up for aligning all the captains and the location. Then the actual party scene. So is this scene, the strip club? Or are we just skipping? This is where structure is like kind of fucked with this. Another truck stop with Lot Lizard. He meets another captain or something. No, we're just gonna get rid of that. Do I even need these scenes? Like, I'm just thinking now. Like, do I need this scene? Like, the Lot Lizard scene is an important scene because that sets up his position. Then this position is supposed to be like a reflector of that, but I don't think it's really needed. Because it's like the true reflector of it is like, this just seems like a futile scene that's kind of already been done. So I think, you know what, we're just gonna skip that. I almost feel like the scene is forced. Because if anything, that scene would be here. Stargate startup companies stating their main investors over the years were invited to a showcase of the technology that only the government and higher military departments had access to. This will be the first public press demonstration. Wall of ships, spectacle that was the showcase, a massive ring that appeared to be several thousand meters in diameter, spun slowly and freely on the side of a hulking massive station. Okay, so everything from underneath here has not been edited yet. Ship that entered the portal never responded. So, again, maybe we can... Maybe we just do like a summary scene of like this. Like, again, I feel like this is forced. Like, someone calls him a liar. Like, I like the goal to promote the company. But is this the right place for it? Okay, so this is done. That's this scene right here. Because he's already in the Struggler's Cove. He's pulling him beside all the other ships. Sign for being the first offer in the market. Again, I feel like this scene is just like... I'm like, can it go here? The main product of this lab was nanochips. Because it's talking about nanochips, and then the next paragraph is talking about how they use those nanochips to make the Stargates. So it all just feels like it flows. So I'm like, am I introducing something that doesn't need to be here? Or do we just start, again, like I said, here, and use it as through the first public press demonstration? Okay, so he's like, how can I promote the company at this thing, you know? How can I promote myself? Again, I'm just thinking, is it really... Okay, so... What's the point? What's the point? Because we've already... Okay. If the point is to show that he's putting as much effort as he can into what he's doing, and he's still not being as successful, even when he's doing that and maximizing, piggybacking on the Stargate tech itself. So under that premise, this scene should be extremely important, because it should show that no matter what he does, and no matter how much effort he puts in, it never even amounts to 10% of what he's gaining from the Stargate. So it kind of discourages him from what he's doing. And then from there, he can begin to look back and say, okay, well, now that we've got all this money, we've established this, we've become a businessman, we've moved past all of this marketing and bullshit and dealing with people. So then it can move immediately into, we want to become famous through spreading Stargates across the universe, essentially. And being the company that does that. So again, he's using the mechanism of the Stargate to piggyback that in order to promote or enhance his company. So when we do it later, it'll make more sense, because he's had a failure, or not necessarily a failure, but just not as much success putting, let's say, hard work into it with promoting it. So he's going to go the easy route, which is just to use the cargo shipments themselves as a word of mouth to spread about his company. And, like, there's another scene that we have to write about him gaining basically the sole rights to getting to distributing the Stargates, and we need to show how successful his company actually is. And he has like hundreds of captains under him with tons of ships, but that still doesn't amount to anything comparatively to the amount of money he's making from the investment alone on the Stargates, because it was such a underappreciated technology that people didn't expect to explode at the rate it did. But breakthroughs happen, and explosions in technology, it's massive benefactor of those who get involved with something that is literally completely world-changing, in the aspect of you're going from, having to go into cryosleep to travel between stations and areas, basically. So humanity is kind of in these bunch of little tiny bubbles. Whereas now you've got the Stargate where everyone can connect, like, immediately, as long as you have a hub. And it's literally, like, not just going from horse and carriage to car, it's going from, like, horse and carriage to fucking planes. It's like, oh my god, we are so connected now. And the fact that he's in this position because it was originally him transferring the original quantum entanglement technology that allowed the facilitation of communication through like a intergalactic interweb, essentially. But only those that were connected through that tier of technology were actually able to access it. So he made the smallest name for himself as being the one who would go to the outermost, like, abandoned stations and give hope to those people, essentially. Okay. So we need the transition. Public press demonstration. Okay. We can cut it here. Before we mention that it's a research lab. Now I'm like, do I have to rewrite this? Let's see. So we're just gonna do summary here. So Jervik docked the ship. Okay, and this is where we're going to wait. Where's the goal for this? Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Whoa, I changed the size. Didn't mean to change the font size. It left time for himself to get used to the station. And I'm just thinking how, like, is this an actual exposition, or is this just like, because there's so many investors around, it's just like the investor intuition to go and talk to people and stuff. So I think this is just going to be a summary scene. where he docks the ship. Goes. Joins the other investors on the main showcase floor of the station. Crowd of scientists, researchers, and businessmen, all clamoring for each other's attention. How far into the editing are we? Showroom. This is the main showroom. In the main showroom of the station. There you go. I like that. How far are we into the editing? We finished 1 of 4 scenes. We deleted 1 of 4 scenes, and we were writing the 3rd of 4th scenes. So we still have a scene to write after this one. Levi, think of like a demonstration room inside of like a research facility that's meant to showcase different kinds of research. And then it's just all the investors meeting with all those people and the people showcasing their stuff. Kind of like a trade exposition, but for like technology. It's more of a showroom, yeah. Because they have like, you know, their shit set up. So he's just going around talking to investors and, like, you know, trying to get more work for his company, basically. Kind of scientists, researchers, and businessmen all clamoring for each other's attention. Very strategically. Picked out the ends of the cubes. Popping in. Mentioning small clip about his status or about his company and why he is here. Building interest around his travels to the outer wing and how he had connected stations on the edge of humanity, enlarging the circle of expansion that this Stargate ultimately would lead to. Intergalactic travel. In these discussions, and most people never should be this thought process. Always fall short. Kodak was a thinker.
I am gonna go to bed. Hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good stream and have a good Friday and weekend. Fuck you.
True, Muffin. Fuck you. Have a good night, good sir. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. It's all good, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow. 'Cause we always here. We always go. We never give up. We never back down. We never fuck off. We are always here. No matter what, we will find a way. Travel 2% of the way there in my years as a trucker.
Whistles.
Actually, question, when did you start the fuck you thing? Me and my friends, I could look in my messages. I'd have to look in the messages on my old phone. Probably like 2016 to 2017, we'd say fuck you to each other. And it just became like, you know, a fuck you is like hello, goodbye. You can just say fuck you and it's like Marklar, you know? Just get your frustrations out. Because it's like, we're friends, so, you know, we should be able to, you know, get over. It's like the getting over it, right? That's what's important, is the getting over it. It's like, oh, we're friends enough that when this situation happens, we're able to get over it. So if you can say fuck you and not have anything, you know, there's no ill will, there's no ill intent, that's what all that matters. And it's just funny. Especially for, like, looking at it from a third party. Like, I don't know how many times I'm, like, walking down the street and I get a phone call and I'm like, fuck you, what's up? And at first the person's like, wait, what? And then they're like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, I'll be there in 10, sounds good, bro, fuck you, peace. And they're like, wait, huh? Yeah, anyways, peace, Muffin. Fuck you, good sir. Heck, Slop, there's no way. That'd be over 8,000 years. $343. Actually. And this is where the rumor starts for him being the oldest man in the universe. It starts at this conference with this conversation to this guy. Okay. I don't know if I want to call it pathing, like for like parking basically, but I don't know like what for or with, right? For I'm just gonna call it, I guess, ship alignment. Autopilot on the ShortStories code could sync and lock with the main structure. Its twisting spires pressed across the surface of a plated ball, each one a different lab for different research. The main product of this lab was nanochips. Technology of the quantum connectors had been set in each piece, allowing them to connect to create a larger device. This would allow stargates to be built at any scale and size, from human travel to maybe even spaceports and stations. It would make building new stations on the edge of nowhere viable. This would mean an end to colony ships or cryo-travels for inhabitants of those new systems. It would also mean that they were not leaving everything behind. The expansion of humanity would boom once more among the cosmos. Galaxies would be a mere step away. Thoughts mused through Jervik's head as the CEO of the company was making a speech about the day's events. So I don't know. I think that flows. I'm just gonna call it alignment. Man, fucking, I don't know if I'm getting sick or some shit, but I've been fucking sneezing like, you know what, my nose has been running like fucking crazy all fucking day. It was so bad, I literally had fucking Kleenex stuck up my nose half the day while I was at work. I'm just tired of having to go underneath the table every 10 seconds to stop my fucking nose from dripping. My nose is fucking clogged, Jesus. So annoying. And I'm like, 10-hour stream! No, I don't think we're doing a 10-hour stream, guys. I'm not done yet, though. I still want to definitely do automation, because I think it'll be very interesting commentary on the scale of things. But I also want to finish this scene. I don't know if we'll edit the scene, but I just want to let it cook. You know, we'll see how it goes. But I think that's not bad for, like, another transition from this newly developed scene where it sets up him as the oldest man in existence. And then from here on, nothing has been edited. So this is it. This is the end. So we can call it here. And we can pick up, who knows. Yeah, but this is the something had gone wrong. The explosion. So I mean, we got a scene out of the way. So we wrote the Hull Hopper scene. We trashed this scene, the celebration scene. Jesus. Earl and Kuja. Boo! Welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Are you updating the cryogen in the Discord? Oh, not till it's done, probably. The cryogen's probably the very first draft. It's just, it's not connected between it, so I didn't want to post a draft that's discontorted, other than the first draft. Does that make sense, Beezus? Okay. Well, I think we spent a significant amount of time doing that. All the captains located at party scene. No captains more. Don't like socializing. Yeah, okay. Another truck stop. Lot lizard. We already did that. Promote his company. So this was the scene that we wrote. And then layway of the technical show. Unimpressed by promoters. But we removed all of that. To watch the demonstration, getting a good spot to watch, the gate to the other side explodes. Okay, we might need to rewrite that. So that's the one scene that we need to do now for new scenes. So we worked it down from 4 or 5 scenes to 1. Off I shall fuck, good sir. My brain is not braining anymore. Neither has mine been ever from the beginning, ever from the beginning, Sean, but that's okay. But have a good night, good sir. Thanks for coming out and hanging out and having fun, and good sir, see you tomorrow. We always appreciate a good nap. By that I mean, you know, you actually get like 3 hours of sleep. But hey, not my fault I can't fall asleep. I mean, probably is my fault I can't fall asleep, but hey, it is what it is, right? Can't win them all. Alright, so again, I'm not 100% sure on how to word this, but let's just do think. And let's do something simple. With the recent developments of AI and automation, with the current rate of development, how long do you think it would take to fully automize the minimum wage job market, and even up to minimum wages? What would a world of... Let's just do it in parts. We'll just see what it thinks about this. So in the recent developments of AI and automation, with the current rate of development, how long do you think it would take to fully automize the minimum wage job market and even up to middle wages? If automation eventually does take our jobs and there's not enough left for actual humans to fill anymore, do you think a standardized basic income would be needed? I think it's... Beezus, there's 3 things I think. Zoin Kozri, welcome, welcome. How's it going? There's 3 things I think. We need universal basic income. We need to kill 80% of the population. Zoinko. Alright, Zoinko. Sounds good, brother. Man's a more aggressive Thanos. Economy nerd here. UBI is unviable. But Levi, what's the alternative? Like, you kill 80% of the people, you get UBI, or you turn people into food. But the third one also goes with the second one. Or you, like, sell people's organs, you know? Something along those lines. Burberpathic. Not quite sure what you mean, Zoin. You really seem set on killing most of humanity. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, like, what do you guys, like, and it's not even killing it, it's they're gonna die because they're not gonna have jobs, so they're not gonna be able to make money, they're not gonna be able to live anywhere, so eventually, they're just gonna die. So you think instead of getting UBI, they'll become a free market where everyone just has enough food and enough shelter to live? You've reached a limit of 5 Grok Think questions? Wait, what? I've never been blocked before. Fuck you, Grok. You think people exist, and by the way, I drank urine. Wait, what? I don't know if that's right or not, but that's fucking hilarious. You think people exist, and by the way, I drank urine. Is that actually what you meant to say, Zoid? Oh my god. I don't know about that. Okay. Okay, here we go. Minimum wage predicting when AI and automation will fully replace minimum wage and middle wage jobs is tricky, as it depends on technological breakthroughs, economic incentives, regulatory frameworks, and societal adaptations. Based on current trends and research, here's a breakdown. Minimum wage jobs. Minimum wage jobs, fast food, retail, warehousing, basic service roles are already seeing significant automation. Technologies like self-checkout, kiosks, robotic process automation in warehouses, and AI-driven customer service chatbots are replacing or augmenting low-skill tasks. I drank Nevada urine. Nice! That's okay, Zoin. You know, I'm a water sports fan, so I've drank my share. Current state. Studies from 2023-2025, like those from McKinsey and the World Economic Forum, estimate that 20-30% of current jobs in sectors like retail and food service are automatable with existing technology. For example, fast food chains like McDonald's and Wendy's have developed automated order kiosks and robotic fry stations in some locations. Timeline for full automation. For minimum wage jobs, full automation, where 80-90% of roles are replaced, could realistically occur in 10 to 20 years, by 2035 to 2045, in developed economies. This assumes continued advancements in robotics, computer vision, and natural language processing, plus economic pressures to reduce labor costs. However, some roles, cleaning, caretaking, may resist full automation longer due to the need for human dexterity or emotional intelligence. Key factors. Cost of automation versus labor. Automation becomes viable when tech costs drop below minimum wage labor. Regulatory pushback. Labor unions and policies may slow adoption in some regions. Infrastructure. Small businesses may lag due to high upfront costs. You like water polo? True, Beezus. Yes, I definitely love water polo. Just only with your mom. Middle wage jobs, administrative roles, manufacturing, logistics, some technical positions require more complex skills but are increasingly vulnerable to automation. AI systems like advanced SRMs, autonomous vehicles, and machine learning for data analysis are enriching on these roles. current state reports from 2024, such as those from the OECD, suggest that 10-15% of middle wage jobs, clerical work, repetitive manufacturing, are highly automatable now. For instance, software like UiPath automates office tasks, while companies like Tesla and Amazon use robots for manufacturing and logistics. It's likely a lot of people would have to die for an economic course correction because the way our economies are organized facilitates the existence of a large non-productive class. I mean, I don't know. So you believe the large non-productive class is a danger to society going forward? No, I think it's a danger to society. I think society is a danger to them, because a society is not going to be offering a way for them to do anything. And when that happens, they become a danger to society in the fact of they will turn to crime, they will turn to drugs, they will turn to gangs, they will turn to lawlessness, because they have nothing left to lose. And society has stripped them of all means other than violence, in most cases. But we're talking like a 50 to 60 year time period. We're not talking over the next 2 years. We're talking like before 2020, like 2100, but like 2080 to 2100. That's the time period like I'm envisioning for like the tipping point of either we get UBI or we have to kill everyone, or everyone's just gonna fuck off. I asked Nevada for more urine and breast milk and mouthwater. True. I believe they're not productive, so society is supporting them. We can't maintain a system with a burden that grows unboundedly. If we quit it with the dysgenic stuff, we could just age out these people and still provide them fairly decent lives until they pass. But the window for that is narrowing. Yes, that's the thing, Levi, is we have time. We probably have 20 years, but past that, if we are still at the level we're at in 20 years, that's a scary fucking thought. I don't think we will be, but these are all just thought exercises that bring us to, like, the ideas for a new story or something like that, right? So it's all hypothetical and all hyperbolic and all pressed to the absolute extreme most of the time on time scale and events. Broader considerations, or wait, key factors. Wait, did I miss something? Reports from 2024 suggested those from OECD suggest 10-15% of middle-aged jobs. Okay, timeline for full automation. Middle-aged jobs further out 20 to 30 years, as these roles often involve decision-making adaptability. The issue is UBI is a dysgenic system. Oh yeah, it's just, like, we have to rethink how we even do economies, and how everything just is, right? But that's... the simplest solution is tax the rich. Honestly, you're overestimating overpopulation by quite a bit. The more advanced a society becomes, the lower their population growth becomes. I doubt we'll be in the problem you're expecting anytime soon. Well, Beezus, that's why we're talking 80 years. Do you think we won't... If we maintain the rate at which the deterioration continues, and we maintain the rate at which we ignore it, do you really think in 80 years this won't be a almost societal collapsing level problem? Because I think it will be. And my argument for that is... oh, well, yeah, definitely not at all in 80 years. okay. So, and you're even taking into consideration the extremes, Beezus, where it's like, the housing market never gets better, people are continuously priced out, and now no one has any jobs. So, like, let's say 60 to 80% of the, like, lower end of the population is unemployed. So, like, 40 to 45% of the entire population is completely unemployed. And they have no way to support themselves, and they're literally either begging on the street or living off of someone else. So what do you believe, Beezus, would be the tipping point that would actually cause either the cleanse, the purge, or the UBI? And I don't believe in overpopulation. The issue is with the type of people who are experiencing a growth in the population of. Well, look at, like, for instance, look at Canada and look at the US and then look at India and look at, like, Russia. It's like, overpopulation isn't exactly the issue. It's how much infrastructure there is, right? So at the end of the day, that's probably your biggest thing. Because I think, Beezus, the tipping point will be, literally when robots are, like, walking down the street, like, bring out your dead kind of shit. And they're just, like, scooping bodies into the fucking sewers and shit like that. Because people are literally just starving and dying on the street. But again, we are again talking about, like, the bottom 20% of society, too. Like, people who aren't intelligent enough to even get a degree, to get a job that is, like, above automation. You know? We're talking about people that can't understand a hypothetical. UBI will come when we lose the jobs necessary for humans to be able to provide for themselves. Once that happens, they either get phased out of society or we treat humans like royalty and AI does every trivial task for them. See, that's what I think will happen, Beezus. If it doesn't come, I believe that people just die or kill each other. So your timeline is larger than mine, but it still contains the same factors. That's totally understandable. But estimating based upon the fact that I think we deal with dysgenics now, or we have eugenics later. Guys, I'm only saying this as someone who would be a victim of eugenics. In some circumstances, you know, we have gotten, like, okay, the way I'll put it is, when we have to put signs in catwalks that say, slippery when wet, so if someone slips and falls, the government isn't liable for them being, like, to be sued because there wasn't a sign that says, oh, the cement might be slippery. Like, when we need to put those signs up to, like, protect society, that's when I think we need to start thinking about eugenics. Caution signs are often about removing liability, not about the users being retarded. I think the solution to it all is saying, if you want to live longer, you have to give up the ability to have kids. Most people will give up the ability, give it up because they don't want to die. Like, for instance, Beezus, if they came up with a way to extend your life by 100 years, but they only allowed it if you were infertile. Or they purposefully made the drug so it would make you infertile, even though that wasn't a mandatory part of the drug. They just invented some connection that was like, well, shit, it adds 100 years to your life, but it makes you infertile. We can't get rid of the infertile yet, but hey, if you take it now, maybe one day we'll be able to get rid of the infertile. Well, secretly, they just added it as an extra step. We definitely need to stop subsidizing unemployed people having kids. And it's like idiocracy, Levi. The dumber the people are, the more kids they have, because the dumber they are. And then the dumber they are, the dumber the kids they have, and then the dumber the kids they have, the more the kids they have, and they're dumber. And then we wind up with idiocracy. Broader considerations. Technological acceleration. If AI development accelerates, breakthroughs in general purpose robotics or AGI, these timelines could shrink significantly, potentially to 5 to 10 years, or minimum wage in 10 to 20 years in middle wage jobs. Social and political barriers. Resistance from workers, unions, or governments. Automation taxes, universal basic income debates could delay adoption, essentially in less affluent regions. Unemployed people should be allowed to have kids. Don't get me wrong. It should just not be on their own. It should be on their own dollar. Well, that's fair enough, right? Levi is like, if you want to have kids, you have to be able to support them. You can't give incentives to people to have kids by giving them money and then having. It's like the whole COVID fiasco, where it's like we're just giving you out a shit ton of money. It's like you can't just give out a shit ton of money. It's like I think the Canadian government is making a huge mistake right now because they're doing like a year of no taxes on food. What do you mean a year of no taxes on food? You can't just take the taxes off of fucking food. Where are you subsidizing, like, the cost of infrastructure for that food from if it's not coming from taxes? I just don't think they're fucking thinking ahead. I think it's actually hurting people in the long run, but I might be retarded. I don't know. Unfortunately, the poor people are going to keep having kids. We either accept them starving their kids, but once they lose that money, or give into their stupid decisions. Yep. I mean, it's a trolley problem at the end of the day, right? And there's no good solution to this. It's all bad solutions, but what solution is the best among the worst solutions? Right? And that's what we're coming to the point of that. And we have seen radical shifts in like anti-union like kind of rhetoric, right? At least here in Canada, there's been a huge thing with that, where I'm like, I still understand, how could anyone possibly ever be against the idea of a union unless you're the corporation? How could the average worker ever be against the idea that, hey, guys, we can band together and make it so the company doesn't fuck us in the ass? Monasticism for the intellectually deficient. I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And again, I would consider myself on that end, so I would be signing myself up for that if it was necessary. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm principled in this because I would sacrifice myself if it meant that it would be better for society. Because I think having a better society, because I don't have kids, but I have a niece and I have a nephew, I have a sister who has kids. I want their future to be better, and if I could sacrifice myself knowing that that would make their future better, fuck yeah, I'd do that. Right? Yeah, it would suck at first, at least for them. But on the grander scale of things, if you knew that it was going to be an improvement, fuck yeah. I'd sign myself up for that. I mean, it would fucking suck, but so does the direction we're going, and what's better, right? I'll never die for another person if I have the choice. I mean, that's usually the thing, Beezus, is it's usually like it's put on a level of, yes, it's a choice, but it's like, it's a weighing of outcomes, right? And I'm always trying to look for the future and what's best in the future. So that's just like a perspective difference, right? New Zealand used to have a union problem in that unions basically collaborate with the government to engage in racketeering. That was abolished a long time ago, and now it's a collective bargaining based. See, but Levi, that's the problem, is every system can be abused. All you have to do is prevent the system from being abused. That doesn't mean we shouldn't have systems. It means those systems should be eyed a lot closer than they usually are. Right? Because it does go both ways. Unions can take advantage of shit, and companies can take advantage of shit. Maybe we should find the common ground between that. Right? Caveats. Or wait, broader considerations. Social and political uneven adaptation. Automation will likely occur faster in high-wage, high-tech economies, Japan, US, Germany, than in developing nations where cheap labor remains competitive. Full automation doesn't mean 100% jobless. Some roles will persist due to human preference. Human baristas for social interaction or niche tasks requiring human judgment. New jobs will emerge in AI maintenance, programming. Yeah, that's the new thing, is it will create new jobs too. That's one thing people don't think about, is like all the tech and like support jobs that are created because of this. And you can go from having manual labor jobs to having desk jobs. I can't access real-time data beyond my training, but recent posts on X suggest automation is accelerating in sectors like retail and logistics, with companies like Walmart testing fully automated stores. What was the secondary thought? There's no such thing as a perfect society for everyone, but every society is perfect for a small group of people. Yep. And as long as... I think of it this way, Beezus. I don't care what the upper part of society is. All I care about is what is the lower part of society. Because this is how it should scale, right? You have the upper part of society, and then you say... Okay, well, this is the lower part. Okay, well, we get rid of it. Alright, well, now that's the lower part. We get rid of that. Okay, well, now that's the lower part. We get rid of that. Okay, well, and eventually you wind up here. And then you wind up here, and then you just keep going. But eventually you hit that equilibrium. Or the society collapses. It's one or the other. What else were we gonna ask? I don't even remember. I'm so fucking tired. I can't even remember what the hell we were trying to say with this. What do you think the world would look like if UBI does not become a thing and the cost of living continues to increase? Where would the tipping point be for society to either collapse through a purge of citizens via either letting them die from starvation or old age? Does this new... I don't want to add any caveats. Damn. What if you really care about it the least among us? You should really look into reconnecting with Christianity. Wait, are you talking about me when it comes to, like, my view on life? That, like, I would be willing to sacrifice myself? Like, I think that's, like, a pretty basic thing, that you're, like, as a citizen of a country who has a stake in the country, you should at some point be willing to sacrifice yourself to make sure that that country stays either the way it is or better than it is. I'm not saying we're at that point, but I think when that point comes, it's pretty much a moral decision. It's like, do I want to be a complete hindrance? And there's nothing wrong, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with wanting to be a hindrance to society, and there's nothing wrong with being a hindrance to society. But you are still a hindrance to society. And there will always be hindrances to society no matter what scale you're at. So you could argue even that, I'm talking about your interest in elevating the lowest members of society. That's a very Christian sentiment. He's saying, why do you want to put your life at an inconvenience for people who don't want to better themselves? Well, I don't know. I guess they're very, very valid. Both of those are very valid perspectives. And the first, I would say, Levi, is I don't think it's a Christian value. I think it's a, like, humanistic value. That you should try to help those that are less fortunate. And, like, you should try to create a system that, like, either eliminates the need for them to be there, or, you know, and we're talking about, like, creating perfect societies here, or societies that are, like, as close as you can get, and it's all hypothetical. How you would do it, I don't know, but the end goal, that would be the end goal, right? And for Beezus, why would you put your life at an inconvenience for people who don't want to better themselves? That's kind of the whole point, is you don't. You don't ever want to put your life at inconvenience for people who don't want to better themselves. If they don't want to better themselves and you can't make them better themselves, you shouldn't drop to their level to essentially make them look better. But I also don't think you should hold value in looking down on them. Like, you can on a graph, you can say, yeah, you're lower than me, but in reality, I wouldn't treat them differently. But you could evaluate them differently, right? Like, there's always a scale and a spectrum that you're on, and you have to accept that. Secular humanism is usually just repackaged Christianity. Nowadays, a lot of them call themselves cultural Christians. I mean, in essence, Levi, I guess, but I'm not a very religious person, so I think the best religion is taking all of the good ideas from every religion and deleting all of the bad ideas. If it's a bad idea, just delete it, it's gone, okay, we forget about it. If it's a good idea, okay, we keep it, and that's part of the new religion. And I don't see how there's anything wrong with that. People will be like, oh, but it'll fuck over my faith. Yeah, it'll fuck over absolutely everybody's faith. That's the point. It's literally a reset. So there's no... Because the biggest problem I find is like, oh, you have to be this, this, or this. But it's like the same thing with like picking a universal language. You don't need to be Christian to be cultural Christian. Dawkins is one. Oh, I understand, Levi. I'm just saying, like, on a spectrum of morality, I think when people think cultural Christian, they think of the positive outlooks of Christianity. Like, the group social aspect of a church. The donation aspect of trying to help the less fortunate. The idea that you are trying to save the souls of the damned. It's like, if you're just looking at those ideas and you look past the highness of this person, I have to save this person's soul, and if I have to force them to believe in order to save their soul, then that's a good thing. It's like, at some point, some people just can't be saved, and if there is a hell, those people are going there, and I'm probably one of them. But hey, shit. Life sucks, then you die, and then fuck it. Doesn't matter. So I understand the cultural. Poor Q, Callie, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you, good sir? Life sucks and then you die! True. So make the most of it, guys. Make the most of everything that you've got. More like I die and then you suck. True. Scenario described where automation displaces low and mid-wage jobs. No universal basic income UBI is implemented, and the cost of living continues to rise. Paints a grim picture, predicting a societal tipping point. The collapse or drastic outcomes like mass starvation and neglect is complex, as it hinges on economic potential, cultural, and technological factors. Below outline what such a world might look like. Estimate political potential tipping points and consider the mechanisms that could lead to societal breakdowns or adaptation. I'll aim for a concise yet comprehensive analysis grounded in trends and patterns up to 2025. Reincarnationists would be like life sucks and then you live. No, reincarnations are like life sucks, life's great. Life's great, life sucks, life's okay, life's okay, life's okay, life's great, life's great, life's bad, life's really bad, life fucking sucks, life's horrible, life's good, life's okay, life's great. You get to experience them all. Whereas to most people, life sucks and then you die. There are very few people on your thinking like 7 billion people. We're talking like 20% of those people will not live that life sucks and then you die. So 6 billion people are going to live the life sucks and you die. World might look like without UBI and rising costs. Economic stratification. Extreme inequality. Without UBI or redistributive policies, wealth would concentrate further among those who own capital, tech companies, landlords. The Gini coefficient, a measurement of income inequalities, could approach levels seen in pre-revolutionary societies, 0.6.7 compared to 0.41 in the US. My life's pretty good. Shame about the whole eternal life thing. So I don't really get the then you die thing. Like, I'll die, but it'll be all good. I think it's more of the idea of leaving something unfinished. It's like leaving a piece of writing unfinished, right? It's almost sad in a way. But it's going to happen, and it's inevitable, right? So, living forever sounds like torture after the first few thousand years. I think it means as a spirit, Beezus. Like, you have your physical existence, and then there's your spiritual existence, and, like, your consciousness. And it's like, once your consciousness leaves your physical body, it expands beyond what your mind can actually fully comprehend. And then you're, like, fully expanded, right? And you're like, oh, sweet, well, now I know everything and everything. I'm basically God. I'm gonna go back into my physical form and have fun again. That's how I imagine it. I don't imagine it as actually living forever in a single physical form. As well as the idea that time is not linear. That your 4th life could be in the 2000s, and your 16th life could be in the 2000 ADs. Or BCs, sorry. One could be 2000 AD, one could be 2000 BC, but they're not lived consensually. Right? There's spiritual existence until the end times. Then it's bodily existence again. It'll be tolerable because of the beatific vision. I think forgetting is the most important part of it. Forgetfulness is such a powerful thing. Extreme inequalities. Without UBI or redistributed policies, we read that. Hollowed out middle class. Middle wage jobs vanish due to automation, pushing workers into low-paying gig or service roles, which rising costs for housing, healthcare, and food. Many fall into poverty. Mass unemployment, underemployment. If automation displaces 20-30% of jobs by 2040, per McKinsey estimates, and no UBI or retaining programs exist, unemployment could spike to Great Depression levels, 15-20% in developed nations. Societal consequences. Urban decay and homelessness, skyrocketing rents and stagnant wages could lead to widespread homelessness. Cities like San Francisco, where median rent hit $3,200 in 2024, could see tent cities expand dramatically. Crime and unrest. Desperation fuels crime, from petty theft to organized looting. Historical parallels. The French Revolution, driven by food price spikes, suggest riots and uprising in urban centers. Mental health crisis. Chronic stress from financial insecurity could exacerbate depression and substance abuse, straining already underfunded healthcare systems. Demographic shifts. Aging populations neglected. In developed nations and shrinking workforces, Japan, Germany, elderly citizens without savings or family support could face neglect as public pensions collapse under fiscal pressure. Declining birth rates. Young people unable to afford families further reduce birth rates, worsening demographic imbalances. Japan's fertility rate, 1.3 in 2030, could become a global norm, straining economies. Political extremism. Populism and authoritarianism, economic despair often fuels extremist movements. Without UBI, governments might face pressure to adapt draconian measures, mass surveillance crackdowns on protests, or scapegoat minorities to deflect blame. Erosion of democracy. Trust in institutions could collapse, leading to governance by technocratic elites or strong men promising stability. Potential outcomes for the disenfranchised. Starvation and neglect. In extreme cases, governments might fail to provide safety nets, leaving millions to die from hunger, exposure, or untreated illness. Historical examples like the Great Famine in Ireland, 1845 to 1852, show how systemic neglect can kill 10 to 20% of a population. Mass migration. Economic refugees could flood wealthier regions, triggering border conflicts or xenophobic backlash. Purge-like scenarios. While deliberate extermination is unlikely, passive neglect, underfunded healthcare, food deserts could achieve similar outcomes. In dystopian cases, governments might tactfully allow surplus populations to dwindle, as seen in some sci-fi narratives. Tipping point for societal collapse. A tipping point for societal collapse where institutions fail and mass death or chaos ensues depends on several thresholds. Economic threshold. Cost of living versus income. If basic needs, housing, food, healthcare, consume 70-80% of median income for most households, widespread destitution sets in. In 2024, U.S. rent already took 30-50% of income for low earners. Doubling of costs without wage growth could push this rate to the breaking point by 2035-2045. Unemployment rate. Sustained unemployment above 20%, 15-20%, or underdevelopment at 30-40% could destabilize economies, as seen in the 1930s. Automation-driven job losses without retraining could hit this by 2040. Social thresholds. Food insecurity. 20% of a population faces chronic hunger versus 10% of the U.S. in 2023. Riots and looting become likely. Global food price spikes, 30% rise in 2022 due to Ukraine conflict could accelerate this. Trust in institutions. When 20% of citizens trust governments, it's the first 30% of the U.S. Per Gallup. Revolutions or coups become plausible. This could occur within 15 to 20 years under sustained economic stress. Demographic threshold. Elderly demographic. 30% of a population is over 65 and unsupported, projected for Japan by 2035. Healthcare and pension systems could collapse, leading to neglect-driven mortality. Young despair. 50% of young adults are unemployed or underemployed, as in Greece during the 2010s debt crisis. Radicalization or emigration spikes, hollowing out societies. Timeline estimate. Near term, 2030-2040. Rising costs and automation could push 20% to 30% of populations in developed nations into poverty. With localized unrest, riots in major cities, developed nations might see mass migration or family in rural areas. Midterm, 2040-2050. If inequality worsens and no safety nets emerge, systematic collapse becomes plausible in weaker economies. Developed nations might see 5 to 10% of populations face starvation or neglect, with elderly and unemployed hit hardest. Long term, 2050 plus. Without adaptation, global population could decline by 10 to 20% due to starvation, disease, or low birth rates. Reassembling post-Black Death Europe, 20 to 30%, or 30 to 50% loss in the 14th century, though less severe. Factors that could delay or prevent collapse. Alternative policies. Even without UBI, governments might adapt partial measurements, food subsidies, rent controls, job guarantees to stabilize populations. Technological abundance. Automation could lower costs of goods, food, energy, if profits are reinvested societally, though this requires political will. I love that, though this requires political will. For them to redistribute their profits, to reinvest societally, to make sure that we all fucking survive. Yup. It requires political will. Cultural resilience. Communities might form mutual aid networks as seen during past crises. Depression-era barter systems. Global cooperation. Wealthy nations could fund aid to prevent migration driven conflicts, though current geopolitical policies, China's tensions might make this uncertain. Why collapse isn't inevitable. Historical crisis, the Industrial Revolution, Great Depression, shows societies can adapt through reform or innovation. However, the scale of automation and cost of living pressures is unprecedented, and adaptation requires proactive governance, something lacking in many polarized nations in 2025. Data gaps and next steps. I can't access real-time data, cost of living trends, whatever, if you want focus. In summary, without UBI or equivalent policies, rising costs and automation could push societies towards collapse by 2040, 2050, with 10 to 20% of populations at risk of starvation or neglect. Tipping point hinges on unemployment, 15% food insecurity, 20% in institutional trust, 20% in adaptation is possible, but political inertia makes dystopian outcomes plausible. Damn! That's brutal. But anyways, I'm really fucked up right now. Like, I feel like I've taken a bunch of drug medicine for, like, you know when you take, like, you're sick and you take, like, that first, like, hour or so after you take, like, the medication where you're kind of, like, woozy and out of it? I feel like that right now. But I haven't taken any fucking meds. I'm just high as shit. Tired as shit. It was a 10-hour stream, don't worry. Yeah, for sure, Beezus. 100%. Maybe tomorrow we can do a 10-hour stream. I don't know, I can sleep all day or some shit, you know? It is what it is. We'll see how it goes. But guys, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. We had fun. We, you know, fucked around. We wrote a couple of scenes. We edited the scene, which I think was pretty nice. We'll have to come back to it and see how it goes. And new scene is going to be interesting. But for sure, 48-hour stream over the weekend sounds good. True, Beezus. Remember, July 6th to July 9th, 24-hour stream. That's what we're going for. Somewhere in that period. 1 year anniversary of the stream. 24-hour stream, boys. We're gonna go fucking hard on it. It's gonna be epic. It's gonna be a makeup stream. It's gonna be a pool stream. It's gonna be fucking epic. Anyways, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Love you guys. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Yeah, see, that's what I want to do, Levi, is 6ix9ine. 6ix9ine stream would go so hard. It's so true. That would be the hope. That's what I thought. But, Levi, it's potential for next year, right? I mean, it could be September 9th, right? Or September 6th. So there's potential. There's potential. But I see what you're getting at there. And the ideas are flooding my head now. But let's see who we can raid today, guys. I know Rowan went live. You're never getting a Wii U out of me no matter how many times you raid. Why not, Beezus? Why do you guys not Wii U? Do you guys not like the Wii U? Do you want me to, like, do a Wii U so, like, you guys can, like, copy and paste it? I should make that a command. I ain't a Wii U-er. Damn it, you guys. I need to make that a command. I mean, fair enough, right? You guys aren't Wii U-ers. Sure, you're not Wii U-ers. I'm a Wii U-er. Okay? I will Wii U. I will Wii U all day long. This looks promising. This looks promising. Alright, I'll let you guys decide. Who do you want? Do you want this guy? Or do you want this girl? I'm assuming it's a girl. I can't decide which one. Top or bottom? 1, 2. Love me some arthropods? Alright, sounds good. Here we go. Yeah, Levi! He did it! Oh my god, I'm so happy!